Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E.
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Or she found out?
What more did we see?
Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Friday to you. I should say, I hope it's a happy Friday for you. I hope it's a happy Friday. Where's my face? Where did it go? Why does that no longer work? Well, that's fun. Let's see. Stream tier 1. Camera 1. Let's cut to this one. There I am. I cannot be the little man in the corner for some reason. Let's try that now. I'm back. Had too many keys running. Good morning, welcome, happy Friday. It's only appropriate today that Fire Girl is the winner of the internet first in chat today, handmade by Wendy. Congratulations, Wendy. Fire Girl, I appreciate you being first in chat. The internet is all yours. We're going to gift it to you. Sorry, I feel a little too tall here. I'll get shorter. I'll maybe take my high heels off. Just kidding, I've got tennies on. Happy Friday. Fire Girl, the internet's all yours. Congratulations on winning. You were first in chat. We're punishing you with internet access and responsibility to maintain it for everybody else. We have a lot to go over today, just a whole ton. I know we've got some birthdays we have to do first thing in the morning. We're going to do that here in just a second, but we're going to keep you updated on all sorts
Happy
of fires.
Birthday.
Well,
you look good.
Judge Fleischer weighs in with the birthday wishes. He doesn't even know whose birthday it is yet, and he weighs in. But we've got some good ones today. We're celebrating Ricky Watson.
The apocalypse may be upon us.
Maybe. Ricky Watson, J2 Wills, Ice Vivian. Is that spelled right? Did I say that right? Ice Vivian. Nana Noodle, Baseball Mom, Tyson, Bruno, who's won, and Diana Zollinger. Whew. That's going to be a two-verser for sure. We do kick off the day every day by singing happy birthday to the people who have a birthday today. And we've got a lot today to celebrate, so I need all your help. If everybody will stand up wherever you are, just stand up, shoulders back, deep breath. Get ready to project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with your neighbors. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. See, I had a little delay, but you guys all sang and I heard you. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ricky Watson, J2 Wills, S. Vivian, Nana Noodle. Happy birthday to you. So now we have to get the remaining four. Baseball Mom, Tyson, Bruno, and Diana Zollinger in verse 2. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Baseball Mom, Tyson, Bruno, and Diana Zollinger. Happy birthday to you. To everyone who's celebrating a birthday, especially Ricky Watson, J2 Wills, Ice Vivian, Nana Noodle, Baseball Mom, Tyson, Bruno, and Diana Zollinger. I hope you have a happy birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could be celebrating with, but you've chosen to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, it is ours. Hopefully we can turn that a little, in some small way, to you and make your day a little more specialer. The dancers, they are all for you. Remember, you can help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, McDonald's, Andy's Grill, and Tammy Dunlap's house. Yes, free pancakes for the birthday kids. Have a absolutely wonderful day. Wonderful day. Hope you've got big plans. You've got a birthday on a Friday as well. It's always good when a birthday's on a Friday because you can celebrate all weekend long. And it's actually in the rules. If you look at the birthday rules, you can celebrate all weekend long if you have a birthday here. Army Mom's in trouble already. Please pronounce lure for me. I've been practicing all night. Lure. Lure. No fish is going to bite a lure. Fish bite lures. But lure. There you go, Army Mom. Happy birthday to everyone who celebrated. That little reference for lure, if you missed it and think, what is he talking about? Clearly, you were not here for the podcast last night where I learned I've been saying things wrong my entire life. Also on the podcast. Oh, wait. Is this a drum solo? Beautiful, beautiful. I almost missed it. Did you guys all do it? Yeah, Joyce, you want me to start like a war. There's no right way to say this word. This one right here. It can be a pecan or it can be a pecan. But there's no agreement. Anyway, if you missed the podcast, also we had the verdict from the trial we were covering yesterday afternoon out of Thurston County, Washington. That came in. I don't want to spoil it for you. Well, yes, I do. I want to spoil it for you. So if you don't want it to be spoiled, stop what you're doing right now and go watch the beginning of the podcast. That's it. So we'll give you just a couple minutes to vacate the building if you don't want to hear the spoiler. Please spoil, says everyone. I don't want to have to sit through the podcast. I understand. You can't see me, especially when I mispronounce everything the entire podcast long. All right, here we go. We're spoiling it. He was found guilty under the law. The contact, the unwanted contact, which could be offensive to somebody who, the average person. They said, yep, that's what it was, and he's guilty. There's the aggravating factor that it was a family member, or there was the finding that it was a family member. There's going to be a pre-sentence hearing coming up here. I forget the date, but he's found guilty. So. There's that. It was a very split decision. I would say this among the range of cases we follow, which a lot of them are quite serious and end in murder. It seemed fairly mild, but the laws are written for a reason, and breaking the law a little bit is still breaking the law. You need to be over there. You want your chair? Go ahead. It used to be my chair. There it goes. Chair has left the building. Hey, can you send somebody in with some water? That would be awesome. I mean, I have a couple, but they're warm because my office is heated and the other place is cold. Probably not prison. I think there might be some jail time or something similar like that. I cannot begin to tell you. First of all, hang on. Before we do the fire updates, which we'll jump to in just a minute because we've got updates on all the fires in California and all the numbers and everything. What was I going to tell you? Oh, our Airbnb. Went out there this morning to just do the final check because we have a new guest who's arriving today for the next couple months. And went out to check, and my thermostat says emergency heat on it. And I don't know what that means. If anyone has a thermostat that switched to emergency heat mode, does that mean it got too cold and it just kicked on the heater automatically? Because it was nice and toasty in there and none of our pipes had broken. But asking for your help. Once again, before we start the fire map, there's another map that we have here on the channel. If you would like to be part of this, everyone who watches the channel is invited to click the first link on this little message on the screen and put their YouTube name or the name they want to be known by or the name we know you by in chat. And on the second line of that form, put just the closest city or the city you'd like to say where you're from, where you're watching from. So you can log that there. And then the second link will have all those entries posted. You can see where everyone is watching from. You might see, and you can click on the link, click on the little icon and see who it is in different areas of the country, different areas of the world, and see we've got a very global audience. Thank you, Amber, for putting that together. It's a lot of fun. Now, onto the fire updates. Here, I'm going to read through it first and give you a couple stats that you might find interesting regarding these fires. But starting at the largest fire and working our way down, here's what we have. The Palisades fire. Let me actually get some. Let me get the air traffic up as well for you, because the sun is just coming up over there, which means a lot of the air attack type vehicles that are fighting the fire are just beginning to do what they do during the day. The helicopters have been active, but we're looking here at the Palisades. That's a fun little loop-de-loop design. Let's see who's been up the longest here with all these helicopters. That guy's been circling for a while. Let's watch him for a minute. All right, so the Palisades fire is the first one that's on our list. The latest stats on this one, it's about almost exactly 20,000 acres in size. 6% containment. That's 0.06, not 60. 6% containment has been reached on that fire. Just looking at the weather lady is walking in front of the camera screen here, and lots of haze. That's the view this morning across the valley there. 6% containment. They have over 5,000 structures have been lost in the Palisades fire alone. These could be homes, they could be businesses. We've been told they could be cars. Cars are being counted as a structure, which is sort of strange, but just work that in. It could be a shed in the backyard. It could be like a separate garage. Everything counts as a structure individually, but over 5,000 structures lost. And this has become the third most destructive fire in California history. We'll go over the top five here in just a minute. But Palisades fire on its own has become the third most destructive fire in California history. Next one down, as far as severity right now in California, is the Eaton fire. The Eaton fire is just across, still in the same county, in Los Angeles County, but it's right up here by Wilson Peak. Let's see if we can find if there's any air assets in the air up around here. So hard to see across the room here. I'm not seeing any assets in the air as far as helicopters. And this area has been windier. We've seen stronger winds in the Eaton area than in Palisades over the past couple days. So, there's one right there. Helicopter just taking off. Or doing a dip. It looks like he's dropping water up near Wilson Peak, which is where the antenna farm is. So the Eaton fire has covered 13,600 acres. It is 0% contained still, and it's destroyed between 4,000 and 5,000 structures. I know that's a big spread, but a 20% variance. That's sort of they don't have a good count yet, and it has become the fourth most destructive fire in California history on its own. Next down, we had the one that was a big issue last night, which was the Kenneth fire. Kenneth fire was right up across the hills here, up near not Santa Clarita. I went too far. There we go. It was right up in this direction, near Malibu Canyon, near Hidden Hills, in this area. The good news on this one is that they have 35% containment on here. It's 960 acres. It was about 700 acres when we left it last night. So really, it's really been sort of locked down, kept from spreading. That's probably because of the retardant, which does that fire retardant just slows the fire down a lot. It takes a long time for the fire to burn through that. It will burn through it if it's hot enough, but it takes a while to burn through. It really slows it down. But 35% containment. The good news, evacuations have been lifted. But of that almost 1,000 acres, I don't think they've lost any structures on that fire. The bad news on the Kenneth fire is there has been one arrest. They say this one we believe is arson. There was one individual. If you go out on social media, there are people who say, hey, we just helped catch this guy who started the fire. There were civilians, there were people who lived there who caught someone with a blowtorch, and police arrested him according to the video. obviously innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. But the allegations are that this gentleman decided to start that fire, so that one would be arson, definitely, if that's true. The last fire is the Hurst fire. Hurst fire has been sort of just hanging in there, not really making headlines very much, but it's going to be right up in this area right here. The Hurst fire is 771 acres. So even though it's been burning longer, it didn't burn as much as the Kenneth fire, and it is 37% contained. So it's still just smoldering, but really not moving a lot. Not a lot of growth on the Hurst fire, which is good news. Now going over to the top 20. Actually, I'm going to go through the top 5 most destructive California wildfires. It goes like this. Number 5 was the Tunnel, Oakland Hills fire. That was in 1991. The county was Alameda, and it burned 1,600 acres, lost 2,900 structures, and it had 25 deaths associated with that. Now in Eaton is number 4. Eaton is, we gave you the numbers, over 4,000 structures. They've lost 5 people in that fire. In the Eaton fire. We have not got any reports of deaths in the Palisades fire yet officially. The sheriff is still working on the numbers there, I think. But we'll see what happens there. But Palisades is number 3 at the 17,000 acres and over 5,000 structures. Both of those Palisades and Eaton at 4 and 3 respectively. Number 2, which is still more destructive than the Palisades fire, was the 36,800 acre Tubbs fire in October of 2017 in California. That was in Napa and Sonoma counties, and there were 22 deaths associated with that. About the same number of structures, just over 5,500 structures lost in that fire. And the number 1 most destructive fire in California history was the Camp Fire in November of 2018 in Butte County, and this one burned a whopping 153,000 acres, 18,800 structures, and 85 deaths. So by far, the Camp Fire is much more destructive than what we're seeing here. Now, I don't know, we might have one of the most economic damages. The economic damages from these fires might be higher than some of the fires which are larger than them on this rating. I don't know when they're going to have those numbers out and available, but that's something to keep in mind. I'm going to turn on the police scanners really quickly because things are starting to get going this morning, and I'm also going to start paying attention to chat. I apologize. I have not been doing that. Let's see if our chat is working properly. It is. Hey, Legally Blonde, good morning. That New Year's resolution start time, was that 9 or 10 a.m. asking for a friend? What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Thank you, Legally Blonde. Yeah, I started late. I did. So, sorry. All right. In our left ear, we have the Palisades fire. In our right ear, we have the Eaton fire. We're only monitoring those 2 because the Kenneth fire restrictions have been lifted. Basically, they're not worried immediately about houses in that area. There are some talks about, the weather's getting better now, but next week it's forecasted to get bad again. And so they're hoping that obviously these can all be knocked down and put out before the weather gets bad, because there will be more fires. There just are. When those winds kick up, there's going to be more fires. So it is supposed to be 9. Yeah, a little bit. Let's see. Honest question. I only listen with one AirPod in, so I'm only hearing one scanner. It depends, Tisha. If your AirPods will take a stereo signal and make it mono, if you only have one AirPod, then you're hearing both on one ear. I'd have to test it to figure it out, and I don't have any AirPods right now. You should not run your furnace on emergency. I turned it off. I turned it to normal heat. But I don't know what it means. Do people in the South even have a secondary heat source for a very cold winter? My Airbnb doesn't. It only has a gas furnace with the AC. I guess my home has 9 fireplaces. Does that count? My home was built in 1915, and every room has its own fireplace. They're coal fireplaces, which means they're only about this deep. You don't burn wood in them. It's just a little place to burn coal, and you put a little cover over it. We have not lit any of them because I'm pretty sure it would burn the house down. Let's see. So I have 9 fireplaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I might have 8 fireplaces. No, wait, hang on. Now I have to do it. We have every room in my house is the same size except for the dining room. Okay. The architect just had no imagination. So our front room is the same size as our bedrooms. So I'm technically in a bedroom. That's the only bedroom downstairs. So we have front room, the sitting room, which we use as a schoolroom, my office, which is a bedroom, the dining room, which has its own fireplace, and then four bedrooms upstairs. So we have 8 fireplaces. 8 fireplaces. There was one out in the Airbnb, but we took that one out. Was the blower blowing? Yeah, it was blowing. It was warm. It was good. I have auxiliary heat, and it kicks on when the outside drops below 30 degrees. I think that's what happened. I think I turned the heat off, and then it got really cold, and just the thermostat said, "Hey, we know you don't want it this cold in the house, so we'll just kick that on." So, how many rooms do you need? Are you Batman? Well, I have 6 kids. One of them has moved away from home and got married, but we do put the rooms to good use. They're not big. They're not big. Most of you have a bigger front room than me. Every room in my house is this size right here. This is the size of room we have. All right. Now on to the fires. It's a little quiet on the radios this morning, which is a good thing. We have heard a lot of activity, particularly with police activity. Is what I'm worried about. That was last night. There were some more arrests, a couple more arrests for looting. We heard late last night that one of the Super Scooper planes, which might have been the one we watched that went down by the ocean and then flew up and landed. One of the Super Scoopers actually struck a drone and was damaged and is grounded now. So the fear that they're like, hey, don't fly a drone in that area because this could happen. It did. The Super Scooper struck a drone and is damaged and is grounded. And that's a plane that can drop 1,600 gallons of water, every 5 minutes on a fire, which is a huge asset to have taken out of commission. Square footage of my house. Well, I'd be more impressed with cubic footage because it does have 11-foot ceilings in the basement and 9-foot ceilings upstairs. But I think we're about 2,800 square feet. It's a huge house. I love it. It's just really old. And there's. I guess I have to subtract the 90 square feet of hole that is in the middle of my house that goes right down to the dirt underneath because we're renovating it, and literally there's a hole in my house. Can the drone pilot be fined? He can be more than fined. He can be face a year in jail. The fine is $75,000, and that's the legal fine. On top of that, he could be charged with civilly for the expense or the damages it's caused. So yeah, it could be quite serious, and there's a good chance that was a member of the media. Well, I'm not sure if that would be like one of the network television stations, or if it was just somebody who runs their own media company, sort of like I do. Either way, they should know better. It's called a portal. It's a portal. The hole in my. I'll try to explain that to Mrs. R.A. I don't want to replace the floor because we've got a portal right there. There's a photo of the leading edge of the wing of the plane out near the wingtip. I have not seen that photo yet, Rudy. But it's bad. It's bad. I'm pretty sure they can track down the drone owner. Only the media were being allowed in that area. That's the thing, that only the media were allowed in for where they were flying those drones. Is it a civilian drone? I mean, the media would still be considered civilian. Did the drone fall into the ocean? I'm sure the drone's destroyed. Most drones can't take a plane strike. How big are these drones? Varies. Some of the smaller drones that could be used for this are as light as 250 grams. Let me grab one really quickly. All right. Give me a second here. So the drones themselves can be very, very small. This is one that it weighs a little bit more than, I don't know, a stick of butter. Right here. This is a DJI drone. They have built in on the front, like mine, it has a gyro stabilized gimbal for a camera. So if I were to turn this on like this, it turns on. That camera becomes gyro stabilized, and as the drone tips, let's get this focused here. Sorry. As the drone tips around and flies, the camera stays straight. See that? So the drone can be bouncing around in the wind, and the camera would be very steady because it has this gyro-stabilized gimbal there on the front. You can see the camera, that little lens will keep pointing even though you're climbing or dipping. It will focus at whatever you're looking at. So if you wanted to look, oh, I can't get it. I can't get it to go down. It's going to look where it wants to look. But a drone, this one's small. It does have lights and things on it. These will run you, I don't know, you can get something about this size for in the $250 to $500 range. But even something this size can do damage to a plane like that, and it might have been something this small. This is an older model. I think this is a DJI Spark. A lot of the Mavics and the Airs and the old Phantoms that were out there are bigger than this. As far as what the drones can do, most of the drones nowadays, especially the ones from DJI, which pretty much has a corner on the market, they can fly 16 to 20 miles away from the liftoff point. And that entire time while they're flying, they do send a signal back to the controller so I can watch on my phone and see what the drone sees as it's flying. It can record on the drone itself. It can record on my phone and live stream that back at the same time with in 4K video. So it's really phenomenal as far as what they're able to do. So saying check burner. Thanks, Rudy. I think you send me that picture. I'm charging my phone here and it's on the short cable. Sorry. Okay. Oh wow. Oh. Give me a second. Let me post this up to. I'll get this up on screen if that's all right. The LA County Fire Department shared the image of the damaged wing, and Rudy, thanks for sending that to me. Send that to the MacBook Air. All right, here's the image of the leading wing of that firefighting Super Scooper and the damage that drone caused. You can see the shape. Oh my goodness. They might even have the drone inside the wing. It punched a hole right in there. They might have possession of the drone. You can see that little vertical line across that hole. The vertical line is from the protruding propellers, the arms that stick out the side of the drone, as it just basically got hit or flew into it. Well, the plane's going much faster, so the drone got hit by the plane is what I would say. But it dented the side, probably broke the arms off, and the body of the drone, which contains the battery and also like an SD card, because you can, let's see if I can show you. Mine has an SD card right back here. So the SD card where it stores online. It might be actually inside the plane. They might be able to track it down that way. As far as the owner. Flying one of these drones is actually pretty easy, believe it or not. It doesn't take a lot of skill anymore. When they first came out, they were much more difficult to fly and to control. But they have built-in gyro-stabilized gimbals. They have basically like your phone. If you're playing a game on your phone and it can tell when you tip it for the steering wheel, for the race car, or whatever game you're playing, those same sensors are built inside drones, as well as GPS position. So it knows where it is in space. It knows where its attitude is, as far as how it's leaning or tipping or direction it's moving. And it can they're basically smart, and they can do much of the flying for you. So you don't have to do the balancing like a helicopter pilot trying to keep everything, all the rotors going the same direction. Got a little bit of sleep, Tony. A little bit of sleep, but the drone I just showed you is about 250 grams. It's very lightweight. It's a spam call. Hello. Never mind. Don't want that one. Not going to do spam this morning. Let me turn that down. All right. You missed me post. I didn't see it. They should use flex tape. They said you can make a boat. There's some tape you can use to patch airplane wings, and it's used, obviously, it was used during the war, like World War II on planes. Bite me. There he is. Oh, 24 months. Bite me. You got the pink courthouse. One of the things I love about Scott, every day we learn something new. Thank you, Scott, for sharing all of your knowledge. Buttercups and butter sugars. Thank you. Rebecca, I appreciate that. Congratulations on 24 months. It wouldn't be the same without you here. Appreciate your support of the channel, and congrats on 24. One of our OGs. At the speed the plane has to travel, the damage makes sense. As a bird strike, it's as bad as a bird strike, yes. But birds typically don't fly at all the altitudes that planes do. Most of the bird strikes happen on takeoff or landing. This particular plane, because it's the Super Scooper, it does have to drop down to that same area the birds fly at. So that's a big risk for them. But you can tell that was not a bird. You can tell that was a drone. This plane is a Scooper belonging to Canada. Yes, they come down every year for the fire season. They send them down. Mimi D, member for 20 months. Time flies when you're having fun. Love this community. Thank you, Mimi D. Everyone's saying I get mine in 4 months. The pink courthouse looks really good. The media should know better than to fly a drone in that area. They took a Scooper plane out of action. Yes, that's the one we're talking about, Virginia. The drones, and here's
Zulu training command.
Here's the thing. These drones have built-in GPS positioning and the control mechanism. Let me grab that as well for you. One sec.
Go for Zulu. What's your location? Out on the top of the division. Copy.
All right. The control mechanism on these is small. Okay, it's a little handheld
Let me know when I
controller with 2 antennas, and you fly it a lot like you would play a video game. So I think I even have batteries in this one. I do.
Yeah, copy. Once we start getting some of the resources out
there. There it is. Now it's on. These handles that fold down are actually designed to hold your phone, so you can slide your phone up in here, and it'll clip into place, and you can watch on your phone what the drone can see as it interfaces with the transmitter. This thing can go 15 miles. Like, I could fly my drone 15 miles away from me, and it's a little bit of a challenge, but let's fold this one down. But you can imagine how easy it would be to take something like this. It fits in your pocket or a backpack. Some of the small ones fold up even smaller than this, and they're and that's the damage it can take out a plane. And it did. It took out a Super Scooper. The FAA has remarkably little enforcement action for anyone who doesn't need a pilot's license. All they can do is refer it to the FBI, who usually ignores.
9278 Lima, Division Alpha on command.
Anyone who's flying for the media, if you're doing any sort of commercial work, so if your images are going to be used on a monetized YouTube channel, you're required to have your Part 107 license with the FAA, which is like a pilot's license. It's a drone pilot's license. Basically, it's everything that a regular airplane pilot would need to know for the most part, minus the physical exam. Ivy Berlin, member for 13 months. Recovery Addict, time to play Canadian. Say, you guys, happy to be here. Love it. What she's saying. I think what she means by that is we destroyed their airplanes with our drones.
All the rights to...
There we go. And so the Canadians say, why is it not working?
Thank you for calling.
I have the rights to protect myself, don't I?
That is in the rule book of the laws.
I can't find the good soundbite I need.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you. Because we hate you.
Because we destroy your planes. There's the soundbite you were referring to, Ivy. This is the Eaton fire we're hearing right now.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
All right, let's see. All right, we have a couple more. Mimi D, thank you very much. Bite Me. Just hearing you call me an OG made my day. Rebecca, that's awesome. Rose with Thorns, member for 6 months. 6 months, 1/4 of the way. You're working towards that pink courthouse. Brenda Meyer, member for 15 months. No other I would want to be. And Ivy Berlin, member for 13 months. Time to play that soundbite. There we go. I gotcha. I realize I do miss some of these chats, these members milestones. As they fly by, but my new software actually tracks it for me, and I can see all of them on one page. So even if it scrolls off the page, I can go back and catch it later. Jennifer Cochran-Fent says, can YouTube stop a membership? And not seeing mine, and I did not cancel. I see you have a membership. You are orange right here. I see you are active. Crunchy Frog, also orange, member for 13 months. Just figured out how to post these. You've lost 12 months of opportunities to post membership messages. But let's see.
The destruction to thousands of homes and businesses. More than 450,000 customers across Southern California are currently without power. And for many of them, the power has been out for several days now. And now the president of Southern California, Edison, says many customers could expect it to go on through the weekend. These outages are not only in areas damaged by fires, but they are also public safety power shutoffs to reduce the risk of additional fires. And the wildfires burning across Southern California are having a big impact across the area. Curfews are now in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in most of the evacuation zones in an effort to cut down on looting. Airlines are not seeing operational impacts due to the fires at this point, but all major U.S. airlines have offered travel waivers due to the Southern California fires. Yesterday, President Biden announced...
Yeah, that's as far as we're going to go with that news, just for an update. Allison, can't wait for the pink courthouse. 15 months already. Thank you, Allison. Kaylee, member for 6 months. So 6 months of viewer generosity. Thanks, RA, for being a leader in kindness, generosity, and fun. Thank you, Kaylee. I appreciate it. And Kaylee's daughter just started a YouTube channel doing artwork. I think it's your daughter, right? If I'm wrong, correct me. Which is just awesome. I love seeing people do that. Roman ADCC, member for 14 months. Yeah, it took me forever to figure it out, too. Glad to be here. Yeah, it takes a while. Once you figure it out, it's pretty easy. While we're celebrating membership milestones, let me see if I can pull up our map. I think we've got a couple hours until the fixed-wing aircraft launch for these fires, but Let's see. Pause that one. Vern, member for 13 months. Thank you for making my days so much more interesting. You, Mrs. R.A. mods and chat are the absolute best. Blackbird Snark says, I'm having flashbacks to the time you were listening to radio traffic and the cop said something bad to the other cop about the little kids. Oh, my goodness. We did catch some hot mic stuff. Amber's trying to call. It would work better if I could hear her. Hey, Amber. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing great. I'm just going to pull up the map. I was going to show where people were at.
That's why I was calling, because I figured that would be the best time to mention. You only have to fill out the form once, y'all.
And all this is manually being created by Amber, so don't make her work hard.
I've got to go through the spreadsheet. Well, when I say manually, I don't have the form responses live updating to the map because I want to make sure no accidental full addresses get added. Right. So I'm making sure to protect y'all's information just in case.
So these are generalized pins for each location, so we can see where people are connecting from. We've got Central America, we have South Africa, we have a little bit down in Australia.
Poor Samantha's the only one down in Costa Rica.
Samantha, one of our great mods from Costa Rica. That's wonderful. Let's see, Hawaii has not checked in yet. I know we have a few people in Hawaii, so we'll see what happens. But we did get up by Edmonton. Got a few up there, way up in the north. That's if you want to know what winter looks like, that's where you go.
That's the place. Yeah.
Winnipeg, Ontario, also probably got a fair amount of snow. Iceland's checking in. Across Europe.
So while he's going over this, there's a recurring message being put in the chat. Add your PIN to the Recovery Addict map. There is a form that you fill out. You just put in your YouTube name or what name we know you by, and you put whatever town, city, state, country you're in, whatever you're comfortable with disclosing, and I import that to the map, and it actually pins your entry on the map itself.
And it's just general location. We don't want you to give out your address, so don't put that in there.
Right. Understand if it doesn't show up right away as soon as you do it, you got to give me time to refresh it. But this has been pretty cool to see where everybody's at and seeing clusters of I want to say clusters of addicts, but that sounds so terrible.
But it's true. It's true.
Oh my gosh. But it's neat to see the clusters of people that are close enough to kind of meet up and hang out if they felt so inclined. So it's been pretty neat to see everybody's pins.
A lot of people are surprised. They're like, I didn't know there was somebody so close to me that watches, and that's neat. So maybe it will inspire people to make a new friend physically in person. So, Amber, thank you very much for your hard work on that. I appreciate it. It's
absolutely
awesome.
I'll keep this up. So we'll keep this rolling, and I'll make sure that we keep it updated.
Yeah.
Just only submit one form.
Yeah, just once. give it an hour or two, to update. So Amber is busy. She's A, sick, and B, working. So give her a little bit of slack. Thank you, Amber. Appreciate it.
Not a problem, y'all. Have a good day.
We'll see you. All right. Jill and Brian, member for 8 months, very proud to be part of this community. Prayers to all in California needing to rebuild after the fires. Brian and I love this community so much. Thank you. It's always fun to have a couple watch us. We've got some great couples on here. Several in Houston. That's nice. Where's the form? The form, there's a link that keeps popping up in chat occasionally. There are two links. The top link, this one up here, is where you enter your information. The bottom link is if you just want to view the map. But periodically that'll pop up in chat. Just watch for that when it pops up and click on it. And you can enter it that way. Just make sure you don't share your full address. We don't want that. Because if if that got entered into the system, then somebody else would be able to see your address, and that was not good. All right, my pin is on the map. Yes, it's look for Greenville, North Carolina. That's where I'm at. Do you always ignore my renewal messages? Is it personal? If it's personal, it is night. Let me jump over. I was busy looking at the map here. We're doing these today. Hi, RA. I've got it. It takes a while to go back. I read chat, and I'll jump back and see all the messages and catch them up. So it's not ignore. I just get to them a little bit later, not necessarily right in the moment that it got sent. Thank you very much. Knight for 4 months. Vern for 13. Jill and Brian for 8. Roman ADCC for 14. All wonderful. Thank you for your support. All right. The radios are quiet right now, which is a good thing. Let's take a look at air traffic in the area and see what's going on with our choppers. It's nice and calm. Wow. This guy here has been flying back and forth. This is not over the fire area. This is over the 101. I think this is a traffic helicopter. I think it's a traffic helicopter.
Palisade Communications, day operations on V1.
Okay, day operations are just getting started. You hear them calling that out.
Day operations, go ahead for Palisade.
Day operations is assuming operations have all traffic feed through me.
All right, there you go.
Copy. Assuming day operations at 0737. Have a good shift.
That basically means night shift is over. The crew that worked all night long, both on the radios and on the air, are probably going to be rotated out, and we now have a new operator who will be tracking what happens during the day. And the daytime is when they use a lot of the planes, like the super scoopers and the retardant dumps, because it's just so much safer. Wheeler, we did have a verdict. You're basically admitting you missed the podcast last night because the verdict came in and we had the first thing on the podcast.
Call from Bree.
I'll spoil it for you.
To accept, press 1.
Bree, hello. How are you doing this Friday morning?
Good morning. Happy Friday, all. And you too.
Thank you.
I almost gave you my address as the Rust set. I almost put the address in for the Rust where they filmed it. Because it's like 10 minutes from my house.
We don't want to add like notable positions. It's like, and here's the Statue of Liberty, and here's the Federal Reserve that got
Walter
robbed.
White's house.
Yeah.
Then I thought about Walter White's house, but then I know that they don't really like people knowing where they are, so I just put Santa Fe.
It's for sale. They want everyone to know right now because they're trying to get buyers.
Right.
It's $4 million for that
but
house.
I did. The almost reason why I almost put Russ is because I tagged your article. Alec Baldwin is now suing Santa Fe.
Yep, and specifically, what's her name?
Oh, Morrissey.
Yes,
yep,
she's named in there.
Police chief and everybody. So I just figured that might be another fun one for us to follow if it really comes to. I mean, it'll probably be civil, but it comes to anything. It could be entertaining.
I'm pretty sure they would air that. I don't know. We don't follow a lot of civil suits. I know there's a civil suit going on right now. The CNN defamation suit is happening right now, which is civil. The last big civil suit we followed was the Paltrow ski crash. Well, Maya, you're right. Maya was the big one. Before that, it was the Paltrow ski crash.
Yeah.
I forgot about Maya.
I didn't know I didn't know if they would end up airing it or not, so I just sent it to you just in case, because that could be entertaining if they do air it as civil. So
it's probably going to be 6 months out at least. I mean, civil doesn't take the same amount of time to start the proceedings, but it's going to be a while. And what a battle!
Exactly.
A bunch of big money lawyers fighting over money.
Oh, 100%. It'll be interesting, especially if it's here, because we'll be there if it's here. So.
Yeah, and we'll expect check-ins. That would be awesome.
Oh, of course, absolutely. But yeah, I just called to let you know. I wanted you to see that. Every now and then we need a little court dropping in the fires. Whatever.
Yeah, we're watching. I know we've got a Lori Vallow, I think, has a hearing today. That's going on.
I heard about that.
That's going to be a crazy case because they're in Arizona. First of all, it's a death penalty case, and she's pro se. You cannot have a worse combination, period.
I'm going to call her Sarah Boone 2.0. That's just what I've renamed her.
It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be a mess.
Yep.
It's gonna be worse than Daryl Brooks, I think.
Yep.
Because honestly, in my opinion, because she's delusional.
Yep.
And I'm a big fan of people being religious and having moral beliefs and convictions that they follow. I think that's good. I think having those sort of beliefs and acting out on them and just living by them is good generally for society. I think hers went nuts. And she's off in some la la land where fantasy is real and real is all fantasy, and trying to merge that with the court system is going to be a circus.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I did tell you that we're now suing the city of Santa Fe.
Is it not a death penalty?
I almost put that as my.
Hang on.
Go ahead.
It's not a death penalty case. Why did I think she was a death penalty in Arizona?
I thought they were doing death penalty in Arizona. I thought that's why they sent her out there.
It was death penalty in Idaho, but it got taken off the table because of a mistake that the state did. So she got life in prison without parole in Idaho. This is in Arizona. Is it?
Oh.
I thought death penalty was still there. They pulled it? Wow. Okay. All right. So what were you saying? Santa Fe?
I said I just called. Yeah, I just called to tell you that I thought about putting the rest as my location in Santa Fe at the little filming location, but I thought better of myself. So, I just put Santa Fe for you.
That's awesome. Bree, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, guys.
Have yourself a great day.
Talk to you guys later. Bye.
We'll see you. Bye. Britta Aller gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Britta. Very generous of you. It was Bree on the phone, yes. I've not been able to find more other than that he's in custody, and DA says they intend to prosecute at the highest level. Don't think it ever wasn't. Man, I've got to check my facts on that one. I know she's pro se. Does anyone know why Judge Fleischer hasn't been on? Probably the holidays. Is my guess. He was on the other day. I think he switched his channel to delete videos as soon as they're done. But I've seen him live. Delina Foster
Yankee 9410 Charlie on command.
Says 7+ months of being addicted to Recovery Addict. Love it here. Thank you, Delina. I appreciate that. I love the little mushroom on your profile picture as well. That looks really cute. Oh, conspiracy only, no death penalty. The charges don't rise to that level. For some reason, I've always thought there was death penalty in Arizona that was still an option, even though Idaho took it off the table. So, well, she'll be spending the rest of her life in prison. I guess Idaho and Arizona, if they convict her, can fight over who gets to hold her. So it's just who gets to spend the tax money on that one. Next trial, I believe it starts on Monday. This is the Tennessee trial. It just had, I think, is wrapping up jury selection if they haven't already. That's one we were following the other day. It's escaped my name. The name's escaped me. It's in Tennessee, though. Oh, no. Something shady happened with his live, and he's no longer streams on YouTube, just the court page. Fleischer's gone? Does anyone know what the shady thing was that happened there? There it is. Thank you, Samantha. Tennessee versus Jason Chen. If you want to do a little research, that's we're hoping that's the next trial, if that proceeds as scheduled. Hannah, member for 16 months. Thank you, Hannah. Appreciate your support. I'm going to see if we can pull up the fire evacuation map really quickly to see if there are any big changes. Okay. This one. seeing a lot. I mean, you've got a little bit up here with the old areas, evacuation areas, which is all grassland. If you zoom in, you can see it's all grass. There are no houses in those areas that are evacuation areas, so no homes being evacuated there with that fire. That is the Hurst fire. The Kenneth fire right over here. Acreage 791. It's been a bit since this has been updated. I think it's a little bigger than that now. I thought it was 960 was the last I'd heard. But that one is right on the border, so it affects both Ventura and Los Angeles County. I think Los Angeles County took control of that one. Share Bear, 2 months to go for that pink courthouse. Love this community, and of course, RA. Thank you, Share Bear. I appreciate the kind words. Let's see. What happened on the Washington assault case yesterday? He was found guilty. We covered that on the podcast as soon as we stopped our live stream yesterday. At the end of the day, the verdict came in, like within minutes, and so as soon as the podcast started, about 20 minutes later, we shared the verdict as it came in. Yeah, Cool Whip, I think you're right. You've been following this case closely. There's a lot of animosity there, and it's going to be ugly, is what it is. I want a pink courthouse. Take a look at NASA, see the latest from the satellites to see where we're seeing some of the heat map stuff occurring. Let's zoom out just a teensy bit. Let's get the big picture here with all the fires from Hurst to Kenneth, Palisades, and Eaton. So as you can see, Eaton only 6% contained. Let's let it repopulate with the latest information. There we go. Palisades, most of the fire in the Palisades is away from homes now. It's up in the mountain area, which doesn't have homes. There is an area over here by Topanga that is still active, and it has burned through a community in this area. I'm not sure as far as home damages up in that area. That's been pretty much closed off, and I haven't seen news reports yet on that to see if they lost a lot of structures in that. But a little bit still hot spots down in Palisades proper, down there by the beach. But the idea that this whole area in here is just a war zone. Thousands of properties gone. An entire community is burnt and gone. Over here by Wilson Peak, they have had flare-ups pretty much. This Wilson Peak, the antenna farm at the top of Wilson Peak, that was something they fought very hard to protect. I think they protected the structures, but they burned right up to the buildings. So I think communications are still working, but a lot of damage, and they've been fighting that one just very closely, protecting those structures and antennas, critical communication infrastructure.
Division Juliet from Palisades Communication.
Communications, Juliet.
We have a report of a structure fire from Metro Dispatch at the location of 1525 San Remo, R-E-M-O. How do you copy?
$1525 San Remo. Copy.
1525 San Remo. This is
0748.
This is by the Paul Revere field, soccer fields. Sullivan Canyon area. If we zoom out on this one.
Elko, Division Uniform, Trainee Command.
Right next to Will Rogers Historic State
Division
Park.
Uniform, Trainee from Elko, go.
Yeah, I'd like to request one Type 1 rotor or two Type 1 rotors to Division Uniform Montanito Structure Defense.
Okay, understood. No Type 1 rotors currently up right now. I don't think they'll be out here until about 9 o'clock. We got 2 Type 2s running if we can help you with anything.
Yeah, okay. The Type 2s can come over and take a look. And if they're comfortable, then we'll utilize them.
Okay, coming over, take a look.
Heather, welcome to the gallery. Love that yellow courthouse. Thank you very much.
Operations camera, hello base, on command.
Carolyn, it's going to be a couple minutes. A lot of people submitted all at the same time.
Palisade, Telco, on command.
Dallas-born, Boston-bred, 23 months. Next month, you get that pink courthouse. It's going to be awesome. Thank you very much. One of our OGs, Dallas-born, Boston-bred. Love it. A Yoder, Wyoming Fire Department sent 2 brush trucks. I know Utah's sent some down. Nevada, Arizona has sent basically all the surrounding states. We know it's the super scoopers are from Canada. Regionally, California's getting a lot of support, both from government as well as from religious entities, from other governments stepping in.
Communications Division Yankee with a logistics order.
See what how much hose they need, what size.
Division Yankee, go ahead with your order.
Going to order Porta-Johns. First spot, it's going to be 5 with hand wash stations at drop point 69. Then we're going to go 3 at Dead Horse Lot off of Entrada. And then we're going to go an additional 3 at the very top of Entrada at Waveview. All with hand wash stations.
Dead Horse Trail is over by Topanga.
Hey, Brian, go ahead.
Right near you're hearing the Eaton fire. So they're dropping porta potties, delivering them. I'm not sure if they're going to be delivered by helicopter.
Hey, Brian, go ahead.
If they are, hope you make sure it's empty before you take off. Scott, I think you're right. I think
Division
that
Yankee,
matches up with.
I got 5 hand wash stations and 5 Porta-Johns to drop point 69. 3 Porta-Johns with hand wash stations to Dead Horse Lodge at Entrada. 3 at top of Entrada and Waveview. How do you copy?
Yoder population is 300.
That is a firm, and I got a contact name and number if you need it.
That's a huge send from a tiny community.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Contact is Task Force 69. Number, area code 8.
We're going to turn that off. We're not going to give out their phone numbers because the last thing they need is some prankster calling when they're trying to get communications through.
That's a good copy. Task Force 69, 818-943.
Beachfront Avenue. Just kidding. 818. I think it's A1A.
Copy that. Thank you very much.
Sparta Nana, give us a little bit. We're going to try to update those as soon as Amber can make sure all the addresses are right. We'll get them posted. Shaky Ground, try to zoom in as close as you can. And also give it a minute to be updated.
Charlie,
there might be some little post.
Command.
You can't see me.
Foxtrot and Charlie training on command. Go ahead.
It's not a fun job to figure out what they do drop.
Yeah, did you copy that structure fire on San Remo? Palisade Telco, Camarillo Hella Base on command.
get this audio tuned up a tiny bit. Shaky ground in Raleigh. Let me take a look.
Palisades Helco, Camarillo Helibase on command. Palisades Helco, Camarillo Helibase on command.
And go for Helco on command, Mr. ID.
Helco, Camarillo Helibase, we have 2 Type 1 water droppers available from LA County if you need them.
Shaky ground. I see you. If you go on the left-hand side of the screen, on the map, let me show you really quickly. Over here, I can see your pin. The way you do that is like this. Sloth Life just gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Sloth Life. Bug Dugger also gifted a membership. Thank you for your generosity. Sarah and Webby are the recipients there. Let's go back here. You can say on the left-hand side of the screen, when you pull up the map, click All Items, and you can scroll down and find your name, and just click your name, and it will show up. So I found you that way. But it only shows 1 for each city for some reason on the default. So there are definitely more people that aren't showing up as pins in the area, but. Sounds like we've got a stuck mic on the Eaton fireside. Spartan Nana, thank you very much. What's the link for the map? I want to see if anyone else is from Ireland. Just keep watching chat. It keeps popping up periodically when Amber's not busy. She's adding a lot of things to the. There it is. The second link. So the first link is to add your. This first link on top is to add your information. Only do that once. The second link is the one to see the map. The only way we could show everyone in the area is if people gave their exact address, and that would be doxing people. And we can't do that. It's against YouTube policies. You see the map by clicking the second link in this message. So what we've heard, the last thing we've heard on the radio is that the day crew is taking over as far as command and control for these fires. They're not expecting a lot of air traffic until 9 a.m. California time. Hey Siri, what time is it in California?
In Sacramento, California, it's 8 o'clock.
Okay, so we have 1 more hour before some of the planes that we see fighting these fires really get to work. See if we can combine these 2 views for a second. See what our air traffic window is doing.
LA, air attack 5-2 on V1.
Can't find my mouse.
AirTag 52 on V1.
AirTag 52, V1, go ahead.
AirTag 52, that's the scene of Palisades fire, assuming Palisades AirTag.
That's this guy right here.
Palisades AirTag.
In LA, while I got you, do we have a lead and Type 1 tankers on order?
Palisades AirTag, we do have several tankers on order at any type. We can change those to Type 1s. I will order you a lead when you're ready to launch.
Copy. We'll keep the any type tankers on order, and if there was not a lead on order, we'll place an order for a lead as well. Thank you.
LA copy.
Meetups after this, maybe. We'll see. Leander, member for 4 months. Thanks for the non-drama coverage. It's helpful in compartmentalization. What's going on? MSM is focusing on the drama, which I can only handle so much. There is a lot of drama, and for somebody who's there, you're shook up enough. The last thing I want to do is, rile you up a little bit more. We're just going to try to stick to factual information and just show what's happening and give updates that way. So this is AirTag. This is the new plane that should be circling for quite a while over this Palisades area.
Hey, AirTag, if you're up, division, uniform training, command.
Uniform training, AirTag.
If I could get you to swing over division uniform and kind of take an eye at it with request for fixed wing to paint above Montanito.
Copy, heading over there.
Okay, so this plane was just asked to fly over Montanito, which is where he just sort of came from. So he's going to flip around and get some aerial imagery for that.
Branch 20 training command.
Eaton Fire still has night branch active, so they haven't done their full switch over today.
Palisades operations, AirTag on command.
If you just added your X or your pin to the map, it has to be manually approved. So give them some time to check all those.
Rams 224.
Our insurance commissioner, who's been very engaged on this issue. And then I just want to say to everyone, I've been out and I've heard from my residents, and I think we've all had someone.
Bring a picture here just a second.
AirTag on command.
I keep saying it. You are not alone. I talk to families that have lost everything.
Unicon operations,
and they don't know where to go.
Go ahead.
And as
good morning,
a supervisor representing that district, but also as a chair, I speak for this board. We are here to support you, and we will be here for the long road to rebuild.
Yeah, good morning.
So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mayor Bass to say a few words.
Will be the Sullivan-Mandeville Canyon side of the fire, which will be the northeastern side
All
of
of
the
us
fire.
here are working
Priority work for
urgently
Rotor
and
will
around
be
the clock
areas
to
up
confront
in
this
Pega Canyon,
ongoing
that
firestorm.
Fernwood area,
And when we are on the
also
front
in
lines,
the
when we're in the
Montanito,
command posts,
which
when
is
we're in the
northeastern
emergency
side of the
operations
fire, to help
center,
those resources
we
that
carry
get
with
point
us
protection
our
along
friends
those
and
resources.
neighbors.
And if we
That
have
is
the
what this
MRB
fight is
available
all
with Rotor
about.
Wing,
It's about
to
those
get
friends,
into
neighbors,
working those
and loved
areas
ones
as well
who
to
have
help out
fled
the
their
ground crew.
homes, those who have lost their homes, those who have lost their lives.
I copy priorities.
To all Angelinos, we are fighting hard for each of you. So here's our city update responding to this natural disaster. LAFD battled all night on the Palisades fire, the Hurst fire, the Kenneth fire, and airdrop efforts, thank goodness, continue. LAFD also responded to and extinguished fires in Pacoima, Hollywood, Studio City, and more. I do want to let everyone know that Griffith Park, including Runyon Canyon, will be closed through Sunday. Yesterday, President Biden pledged his full support for response efforts, including FEMA reimbursement 100% of our disaster response costs. FEMA also launched resources and support for Angelenos impacted by these fires. Visit disasterassistance.gov to apply. We have worked with the Governor and Sheriff Luna to secure the National Guard, which will back up and free up our firefighters and police officers and play a key role in securing our evacuation zones to keep people safe and to protect against anyone thinking of taking advantage of this tragedy. People from across LA, the nation, and the world are asking how to help. Yesterday, I spoke of the California Community Foundation's Wildlife Recovery Fund, and today I'm grateful to share that within 24 hours, they have raised $2.5 million from 4,000 generous donors. Visit calfund.org. I also mentioned that Airbnb has been working through the 211 online portal to provide free temporary housing. Now, the demand has been extremely high, and Airbnb has increased their commitment to providing emergency assistance for now 25,000 evacuees, first responders, and others impacted by the fires. Visit 211la.org to get connected. With so many homes and businesses lost, we are already putting plans in place to make sure that we aggressively rebuild. My office is leading the city effort to clear the way. Red tape, bureaucracy, all of it must go. This will be an enormous undertaking, but we will be ready for it because we will not rely on the old way of doing things. For this recovery, we will have, like we have done in other areas, we shake up the system and move forward with new strategies and policies. I don't believe that there is anything that Angelenos cannot do if we stand together. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce LA County's 3rd District Supervisor, Lindsay Horton.
Earlier, did you have something?
Good morning. I want to first start by thanking our first responders who were focused in the Topanga region yesterday and responded swiftly to the Kenneth fire. Incredible action from firefighters who are giving multiple fires absolutely everything they've got. Initial reports led our department to serious concerns, but we have the absolute best, most experienced teams leading our efforts, and even with the most challenging circumstances and terrain, they have been able to deliver. Next, I want to express my deep frustration with the alert system that is causing confusion and additional panic for our communities at this time of extreme crisis. Whatever the cause, it is unacceptable, and it is being addressed now by the county's Office of Emergency Management, as Director McGowan described. We'll be investigating what happened, how, and why at every level in our exhaustive after-action process to ensure it is corrected. There is a reason why we have redundancies in our communication system. Crises require them. Please sign up for alertla.org, visit emergency.lacounty.gov, and tune into local radio and TV. Our LA media partners have done an incredible job getting the word out, and it's why we hold these press briefings. In terms of overnight updates in the communities I represent, we had a small brush fire of under 5 acres in Pacoima that the fire department knocked out quickly, and we thank them for their bravery and their swift action. The fires continue to have air quality impacts throughout the Los Angeles County region. A smoke advisory has been extended through Friday. To limit exposure, please remain indoors as much as possible, avoid outdoor physical activity, and run your air conditioner or air purifier if you have one. The Department of Public Health's Chief Deputy, Dr. Anish Mahajan, is here and can help answer questions about air quality. The strength and resolve of Los Angeles County residents, as well as our extraordinary first responders from every level of government, as well as our private citizens from across the country and right here in our own county, will be the way we get through this unimaginable tragedy. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome up LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
Yeah, avoid the outdoors.
Thank you, Supervisor. So good morning. The Eaton fire, current estimated acreage, 13,000 956 acres.
It's grown 300
with
acres this morning.
3% containment. We still have 4,000 to 5,000 structures that may be damaged or destroyed. Once we do our damage inspection reports, we'll get a more accurate number for you. We currently have 1,527 firefighting personnel remaining assigned to this incident. The LA County Fire Department is in unified command with the U.S. Forest Service, the LA County Sheriffs, along with the Pasadena, Arcadia, Sierra Madre Fire Departments, and the Pasadena Police Department. Yesterday afternoon, the fire in Eaton Canyon did make a push towards historic Mount Wilson. This observatory is okay thanks to the efforts of the firefighters and observatory staff, and no buildings have been destroyed at Mount Wilson. A firefighter did suffer a significant fall injury yesterday at the Eaton fire. He remains hospitalized. He's resting comfortably, and he's in stable condition and expected to make a full recovery. The cause of the fire remains unknown, and we will advise the media once we get the cause determined. We are appreciative to our many mutual aid partners from out of state for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Thanks to the increased number of resources assigned, the region is in a much better posture than we were earlier this week. And I have been advised that mutual aid resources from Canada are arriving now. The National Weather Service predicts that the red flag will continue through Friday, or continue today through 6 p.m. However, our priority is also going to be to prepare for the next red flag event that is predicted to begin on Monday. I would also like to provide a brief update on the Kenneth fire that erupted yesterday near the Victory Trailhead at the border of Ventura and Los Angeles counties. Thanks to the quick action of first responders and aerial assets, the fire has been stopped. It's currently at 1,000 acres. We have 35% containment, and no structures are reported damaged or destroyed. One important topic I want to talk about is that we did have a drone incursion yesterday at the Palisades fire. Unknown exactly what time this small drone hit the wing of our CL-415 Super Scooper aircraft that we currently have on contract from the province of Quebec. The pilots were unaware that they hit the drone. It wasn't until they landed at Van Nuys Airport that the maintenance staff noticed that there was a fist-sized hole in the leading edge of the wing inboard of the landing light. That Super Scooper will be prioritized for repair 24/7. It should be flying Monday. We only have 2 of them. Everyone should know, all of your viewers, flying a drone in the fire traffic area is not only dangerous, but it's illegal. We do have our federal partners behind the scenes are going to be implementing procedures to be able to follow drones in our 2 large fire areas, and they will be able to identify who the operator of that drone is. The most important thing to know is that if you fly a drone at one of these brush fires, all aerial operations will be shut down. And we certainly don't want to have that happen. Before I close, I would like to thank Supervisor Barger and Horvath for their unwavering support and leadership. I would also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of first responders who continue to place themselves in harm's way to protect our residents and property. Thank you. I would now like to bring up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles City Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So I'll just be providing a brief update of the overnight operations of our fires. So Palisades fires. This fire was currently tracked at 20,438 acres with 3,073 personnel assigned. Crews worked very, very hard overnight, strengthening our containment lines and addressing multiple spot fires in and around the Topanga Canyon area. Resources responded to the area included our air assets to aid in the containment efforts. Due to the favorable overnight weather conditions and the diligent, and I'll focus on the diligent work and effort and commitment of our first responders, we can report that the Palisades fire is now 8% contained.
It's up 2% from
Wind
this
gusts
morning.
are expected to increase in daylight hours that will test our containment lines. Our firefighters will continue to respond to any flare-ups and increase our containment lines. Evacuation orders remain in place. The Hurst fire, due to more accurate mapping and acreage, has been updated to 771 acres with 37% containment.
That's the
All
same update we
evacuation
had this
orders
morning.
and warnings have been lifted. The Kenneth fire, forward progress has been stopped with 35% containment at 1,000 acres. All evacuation orders and warnings within Los Angeles City have been lifted. I personally want to make sure that we thank and show our deepest gratitude to all of our Los Angeles City firefighters and all of our partners as we've been battling these fires for now. We're going into day 4. Thank you to LAPD for assisting us in keeping our communities safe. And lastly, thank you to all of the agencies who have come to aid during this time of help, and it absolutely does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Still waiting for a update on death
Sheriff
toll.
Robert Luna.
And the sheriff should be the one that provides that here. So this could be eye-opening.
Good morning to everybody. This morning we have well over 500 LA County deputies that are assisting continuous with evacuations, traffic control, security patrols, and other humanitarian efforts. They're out there. I hear people calling me. They see a lot of black and white police cars rolling with lights and siren. They're out there working. That's what they're doing. They've been actively patrolling the evacuated areas and are increasing their presence to deter any burglary or looting activity that may occur. Just to summarize on evacuations for all the fires that we're dealing with, evacuations orders stand at approximately 153,000 residents that are under evacuation orders and approximately 57,830 structures at risk. And then evacuation warnings, approximately 166,800 residents under both warnings, or I'm sorry, those are just specifically for warnings. What I want to go to next, and we started talking about this last night, is a curfew. A curfew order has been established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones. That will be in effect. It was in effect last night, and it's going to be in effect tonight at 6 p.m. So it ended at 6 a.m. this morning, will take effect again until 6 p.m. I'm emphasizing that to our media partners because part of this is communicating to the public. You cannot be in these affected areas. If you are subject to arrest. That is important. We're not doing this to inconvenience anybody. We're doing it to protect the structures, the houses that people have left because we ordered them to leave, and I want them to feel confident that we are doing everything we can to secure that. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent any burglaries or looting in the area that the residents have evacuated. The only people that will be allowed in these areas are disaster workers, okay? I just want to make that clear because we have other people trying to get in there. And by the way, media partners who have legitimate media credentials, yes, you may enter those areas unless it's very, very unsafe and somebody tells you not to for that reason. Again, just specifically, anyone found in violation of this curfew will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor offense under LA County Code Section 2.68320, and conviction may result in a fine up to $1,000 or jail time. And I'm telling you right now, I know people talk about no bail, and I've given direction that if somebody's caught doing this, they are not going to get cited and released. They're going to get booked. We are not screwing around with this. We don't want anyone taking advantage of our residents that have already been victimized. The National Guard deployment. As many of you are aware, we asked for the National Guard. I'm very thankful to Governor Newsom and the State Office of Emergency Services that fulfilled that request. As of last night, we've had National Guardsmen assisting us. They arrived last night and deployed to the Eaton fire area, and were assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure protection. As additional guard personnel arrive, and they will be in the next 12 to 24 hours, the Sheriff's Department will strategically coordinate their deployment with other partners such as the Los Angeles Police Department, Pasadena Police Department, Santa Monica Police Department, Azusa, and Arcadia. Those are the requests we have now. That may grow. We'll adjust as time goes on. I want to make sure that if anybody needs updated information on either evacuation orders or warnings or road closures, they go to lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I am going to be introducing Assistant Chief Dominic Choi from the Los Angeles Police Department.
He gave us no death toll updates. He was the one responsible for that.
Good morning. On behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, I just want to extend our deepest sympathies to all those affected by our fires, and that includes many of our own LAPD officers who've lost homes and property in this fire, and they continue to serve these communities, and I appreciate all their work. I have a number of important updates for all of you today, and I'm going to start by an arrest that was made late yesterday afternoon. So yesterday afternoon, the Kenneth fire started at the border of West Hills in the city of Los Angeles and Ventura County. At 4:32 p.m., we received a 911 call that a suspect was attempting to light a fire in the community of Woodland Hills and was being detained by residents. Officers from LAPD's Topanga area responded and took that suspect into custody. And once we learned that this suspect was a possible arson suspect, our Major Crimes Division responded to Topanga Division along with Ventura County sheriffs, who was a lead in the Kenneth fire investigation. But they responded, they interviewed this suspect. After the interview and additional investigative steps, looking at some additional evidence that was present, they made the determination that there was not enough probable cause to arrest this person on arson or suspicion of arson, and therefore this person was arrested on a felony probation violation. This investigation is ongoing, however, and I'd like to thank those community members that were involved in this in helping us bring this person to our attention, and so we can have an ongoing investigation. The second point I want to talk about is for any of those people looking for loved ones or missing people related specifically to the Palisades fire. Now, the county is also doing this for the Eaton fire, but for the city of Los Angeles, we've stood up a family assistance center. This center is located at Chevy Hills Recreation Center, and it's at 2551 Motor Avenue. It's going to be open today from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We will have 10 officers there ready to receive anyone who needs to report a missing person related to the Palisades fire. We will also have the American Red Cross, the Mayor's Crisis Response Team, the LA County Medical Examiner's Office, and the LA County Department of Mental Health. They will be there to help support, answer questions, and provide information as necessary. Again, I just want to emphasize this is for missing people related to Palisades fire. This is not for any other issues related to the fire. LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in the areas impacted by the fires. We're patrolling these areas to deter criminal activity and to continue to ensure public safety. Today, we're deploying 210 officers in these impacted areas. This deployment includes our partners from LA Port PD and LAWA PD, and I'm thankful for their support. Again, protecting our homes, businesses, and evacuated and vulnerable zones are our priority, and we will continue to ensure that no one takes advantage of these situations. You've heard this message before, but I'm going to say it again because it's so important and so critical. Looting has zero tolerance. Looting or exploiting in the disaster areas will not be tolerated. Anybody caught looting or committing crimes in the affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We'll remain vigilant and patrol these areas and ensure that we can mitigate any activity like this. And again, if you haven't already done so, you will start seeing in the city of Los Angeles the National Guard being deployed at the Palisades fire. Their role is going to be traffic control, managing roadways to ensure access to affected areas is restricted to authorized personnel only. They're going to be manning critical infrastructure security, as well as doing checkpoints and verifying credentials for those for ingress and egress. And lastly, these measures controlling access, they are necessary. I just want the communities to know they are necessary for public safety and for proper community recovery. They are inconvenience, but it's something that we have to do. Residents are encouraged to call 911 if they see any suspicious activity. Law enforcement, National Guard, and other first responders are here to support this community and ensure their safety in a difficult time. Our commitment remains steadfast to restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as possible. Your cooperation and resilience from the community are greatly appreciated. Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman.
Thank you and good morning. The District Attorney's Office will be considering up to now 5 different types of cases that will eventually be presented from law enforcement. Let's start with arson. If it is determined that there is a man-made and intentional setting of any of the fires involved in this situation, the people who committed this arson will be arrested, they will be prosecuted, and they will be punished to the full extent of the law. Right now, obviously, law enforcement and the firefighters are focused on containing these properties, saving lives, saving homes. But eventually we will get to the causes of those fires, and in that part the DA's office will be working with law enforcement to go after anyone who is guilty of the crime of arson. Second types of crimes. If people are going to violate this curfew restriction and they get arrested, they will be prosecuted. Let me back up what the sheriff has said. In order to protect the homes of people who've been ordered to leave those homes, the sheriff, the Los Angeles Police Department, and local law enforcement is going to be working overtime to protect your home. In that way, if you violate the curfew, you will be arrested and then you will be prosecuted by the district attorney's office. Third issue, looting. Looting is a despicable crime. For the people who've already been arrested, please know that this is not going to end well. You will be punished to the full extent of the law, and I'm sending this warning message out again. If you want to take and go ahead and take advantage of people who have tragically suffered enormous losses in this county, the district attorney's office, working with law enforcement, will make sure you are arrested, you are prosecuted, and you are maximally punished. Drones. If you're thinking that it's fun to send a drone up in the area for your own amusement, or you want to get information that nobody else can get, and you do it in one of these areas for which drones are not permitted, I'll repeat one more time. You will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the last type of crime that we'll be looking at are scams, and we're already seeing them. We're seeing people being targeted in GoFundMe scams by people who are trying to entice people to give money to people who have suffered when the people who are arranging this GoFundMe page are nothing but scammers. You must be aware of who you are being approached by and who you actually can go ahead and give your money to if you want to help them. We're going to see that eventually with insurance scams. We'll see it with government benefit scams. And yes, they're going to target the people who have been tragically affected, and you cannot allow them to do it. I would suggest that if you want internet resources and who to give money to, go to recovery.lacounty.gov. It has a whole list of organizations that you can, if you want to, contribute to, and it does it in both English and Spanish. Also, you can go to the LAFD.gov's website as well. But my message to the public is beware. These scammers look at this as an opportunity. Do not let them take advantage of you. And one more message to the scammers: you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the maximum extent possible. I'd like now to introduce California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara.
Thank you. Before I begin, I want to publicly thank the insurance commissioners from across the nation and the international insurance supervisors who have offered assistance and support during this difficult time. My heart goes out to my fellow Angelinos and to the firefighters currently battling these blazes. Let me be clear, my top priority is to protect all affected people during this crisis and assist in their insurance recovery. My primary concern at this very moment is to ensure that wildfire survivors receive the insurance benefits to which they are entitled to as soon as possible. I understand that this may be new and the extent of the calamity here in Southern California and compounded by the insurance and financial stresses that these wildfires have caused. However, at the Department of Insurance, we have been confronting wildfires and other natural disasters throughout our entire state for a very long time, making us, unfortunately, response experts. Now is the time for you to focus on your family and on your health. The last thing you should be worrying about is your insurance. Here's what I've done to protect our wildfire victims to date. I am using my moratorium power to stop all non-renewals and cancellations. Last night, I issued a bulletin to protect homeowners affected by the Palisades and Eaton fires from non-renewals and cancellations by your insurance companies for 1 year, under a moratorium law that I wrote while I was serving in the state Senate. This covers you even if your home wasn't destroyed or damaged in the wildfire. You can visit insurance.ca.gov to look up your zip code if you are near these wildfires and obtain that protection. I'm also calling on insurance companies to suspend any pending non-renewals and cancellations that homeowners received before these fires started.
It's asking to roll back.
This means that if you've received a non-renewal from your homeowner's insurance between October 9th and January 7th, essentially 90 days, your insurance company should do the right thing and retain you as a valued policyholder. I call upon all property insurance companies to pause these non-renewals and cancellations and provide essential stability for our communities, allowing consumers to focus on what's important at the moment, their safety and recovery. In my notice, I also urged insurers to extend the payment grace period beyond the existing 60 days for policyholders in areas directly affected by the wildfires, enabling Angelinos to pay their home insurance premiums amidst the challenges that they are currently facing. And if your policy was not renewed, or if you don't have coverage, please call us at 1-800-927-4357. We can help you find additional solutions. I have also directed my department's enforcement team to protect Angelinos from fraudsters targeting wildfire survivors and to assist with the ongoing evacuation efforts. My department has moved quickly to host an insurance support workshop on January 18th and 19th at Santa Monica College, followed by another event the following weekend at Pasadena City College. We will have experts from our staff and representatives from insurance companies available so homeowners can obtain answers and take the action they need in one convenient location. Again, call us at 1-800-927-4357 to schedule a one-on-one appointment with our experts. Related to health, I've issued an additional notice to all California health insurers directing them to submit emergency plans to my department. These plans must detail how they're going to ensure that consumers can continue to access essential medical care and obtain their medications in the wake of these disasters. I've been in constant communication with our county leaders, governor, the legislative leaders, and our congressional delegation to identify best ways to expedite our recovery, reduce wildfire risk, and build a more climate resilient state and communities. Making homes and communities safer from wildfires needs to be a top priority for our state. Looking forward, I'm going to ask the governor and the state legislature to support my proposal to provide consumers with home hardening grants. We need to put money in people's hands. This measure is critical to protecting homes and improving long-term resilience against wildfire risk. We are also going to be introducing legislation to include businesses in our moratorium law. Businesses are an important consumer of insurance and the financial backbone of many communities, and they also need this vital protection. Newly enacted insurance reforms are now in effect to make insurance rates more stable and predictable. My sustainable insurance strategy mandates that insurance companies expand and maintain coverage in high wildfire areas if they are going to use forward-looking catastrophic models and incorporate the reinsurance cost in the rate making, which my department just finalized in December. Why is this important for our residents? It ensures that Californians in wildfire-prone areas retain access to insurance and brings competition back into the market and ultimately lowering the cost. Without these measures, insurance companies may continue non-renewals, leaving communities at greater risk of underinsurance and total loss of coverage. Even with these devastating wildfires, I want to be clear, I am confident that these reforms will keep us on track to modernizing our insurance market, encourage insurers to return and expand in California, and protect the solvency of our market. We remain the largest insurance market in the nation, fourth in the world. Our goal is to ensure they remain financially solvent and can honor the claim that will stabilize our insurance market in the long run. Now, let me just quickly address issues surrounding the insurer of last resort, which we call the FAIR Plan. It has become clear that reforms are necessary as the coverage maximums have not changed in 30 years. I recognize that for some Californians, the coverage limits, even the ones that we've already implemented, are still very low. Under my strategy, we have also ensured the creation of a stronger, more sustainable FAIR Plan with the long-term financial strategy to withstand the challenging fires we are experiencing today. Let me be clear, once the fires are brought under control, we will get data directly from the insurance industry and the FAIR Plan about claims filed, as we have that we have on all the other fires that may or may not happen. We are focused on maintaining the FAIR Plan's financial health while getting people back to the regular market where they belong. In closing, our actions are focused on ensuring that the insurance companies meet their commitments to the consumers, that Californians are protected, not just in this crisis, but beyond. We are here to help. Please call us. We speak multiple languages in whatever language you feel comfortable. Insurance can be complicated. We are here to help you decipher your policy and help you understand what your rights are as consumers. Please call us at 1-800-927-4357, or you can use our live chat feature on our website at insurance.ca.gov. Together, we will get through this, I can assure you, and thank you.
Probably the most hopeful thing anyone's heard in these press
LA
conferences
County
was
Assessor,
that
Jeff
statement.
Prang.
Good morning. Right now, government is very focused on bringing these fires under control, but in the coming days, the focus will return to recovery. Initial reports suggest that 10,000 properties have been damaged or destroyed, with hundreds more likely to be discovered in the coming days. I appreciate that property taxes are not high on the list of things to worry about right now, as so many are focused on housing and safety, but financial issues will soon become a major issue for the victims of the fires. Under California law, if your property, your home or your business has been damaged or destroyed, you may qualify for property tax relief under the Misfortune and Calamity Program. This program allows my office to reduce your assessed value of your property, which is what your taxes are based upon, to reflect the damage. Here are the key details. To qualify, the damage needs to exceed $10,000, and you must file a claim within 12 months. Once filed, we will investigate and verify the claim, determine the cost to cure, and then reduce the assessed value effective the date of the damage occurred. The reduction remains in place until the property is repaired, rebuilt, or undergoes a change in ownership. It does seem clear that we may need legislative help to ensure maximum benefits to victims, and I'm glad some legislators are here today. We look forward to talking to them about making some of those fixes. The filing of this claim also facilitates coordination with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, allowing taxpayers who pay property taxes directly, that is not through an impound account with their mortgage lender, to defer their current year property taxes without incurring penalties or interest. We are working closely with our county partners to identify impacted properties and will assist homeowners and businesses through every step of this process. For all claims, we aim to do that, process them as quickly as possible. Once the tax roll is updated, the auditor controller will recalculate the taxes. If you're due a refund, it will be issued, or if taxes remain owed, an adjusted bill with new due dates will be sent. My staff, who's here, has handouts with a lot of the information, these programs detailed. I did want to also emphasize that you should not pay anybody to access these services. My office provides them all for free, and we can be reached at assessor.lacounty.gov or at 213-974-3211. Thank you.
Thank you. U.S. Fire Administrator Dr. Lori Moore Merrill.
Good morning. Thank you. FEMA and the U.S. Fire Administration remains on the ground to support the response and recovery efforts here for these fires. And I just want to have a reminder, as the mayor said, President Biden, through a major disaster declaration, has committed to cover cost associated with these fires at 100% for 180 days. For those who are affected and individual assistance, you can go to disasterassistance.gov, or if you prefer, to call someone, speak to someone directly. It is 1-800-621-3362. Our hearts remain with those who are affected, and certainly with the firefighters who continue the fight on the front lines. Helen, I'll turn it back to you.
Closing remarks by Chair Barker.
We'll get out early just for you, Josh.
Thank you. In closing, I just have to say that this is called One Voice, and it's One Voice because while it's focused on unincorporated Altadena and I know Palisades and Pasadena, we're working with our state and our federal partners to ensure that we are providing all the resources necessary. So I want to acknowledge people that are here today. Supervisor Holly Mitchell, our colleague who's here to support us. Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo, Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negrete, Assemblymember Jess Gabriel, and Assemblymember Jessica Caloza, who are here. Did I miss anybody? I think that's... So again, I want to thank you all, and with that, we're going to take maybe one question, because I know we've got to run out to Altadena, but go ahead.
Okay, why don't we go? Can we just, Supervisor, I'm so sorry, we'll just get a couple over here. Just 2 or 3.
Somebody asked about the death.
By the way, we will
toll.
do one-on-one interviews afterwards, okay? I will help you get the information you need. Go ahead.
Thank you. My question is for Mayor Bass. Jonathan Migliai with CBS News. Yesterday, you asked for the public's patience as you assess the response. As you well know, then millions of people receive false alarms. It's been acknowledged here in this room that many may now be deactivating their alerts on their phones. I have heard from many people who are ignoring them altogether. We have red flag warnings still in effect. They will resume again next week. There is no rain in the forecast. What are you doing at this point to earn back people's trust and to make sure these mistakes don't happen again?
Well, first of all, I think that was addressed at the beginning of the press conference by Kevin McGowan.
I would like that from you. I don't, you're the top official here.
So let me just be clear. I am going to spend every moment that I can making sure that I am in as many areas as possible, meeting and talking to residents to see what is needed in the recovery. But I also mentioned that we're moving into recovery mode at the same time, meaning that we want to see the city rebuilt. We want to see Los Angeles come together. Let me finish. We want to see Los Angeles come together.
You are deflecting from the question. You have millions of people here.
She's deflecting.
Get these alerts. They are ignoring them. You still have red flag warnings.
They won't give him the mic back.
There is a real threat.
He's yelling his question.
What is your message to your constituents who are losing faith? You started this entire...
I want the residents of Los Angeles region to have faith in what we are doing 24 hours a day. I can say on behalf of our first responders, from the fire department, the police department, we are doing everything we can to bring the situation under control, and success has been reported. We know that we're going to have a possible increase in the force of the winds at the beginning of next week, and getting Los Angeles prepared, doing everything we can to save lives. That is our #1 job, to protect people's homes, to protect people's businesses, and to prepare to rebuild Los Angeles in a much better way. We're going to stand united. We're going to stand together, and we are not going to allow politics to interfere, and we're not going to allow people to divide us for political gain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. One over here.
Bob DeCastro from Good Day LA, Fox 11. Just to follow up on that, because even after yesterday that errant message was sent out to Los Angeles County, some 10 million people, overnight, people were still receiving many messages, and we were even fielding calls from our own newsroom from people as far as San Bernardino that were receiving calls. You have no idea why people are getting these alerts and being startled in the middle of the night when they're already on edge in the Inland Empire. Why has that happened? You have no idea. And you also ask that people verify and get onto a website. Not everybody has the ability to jump on a website when they're panicked to try and figure out whether or not this is an actual alert.
ASL is so good.
Thank you, and I appreciate the thoughts you're sharing and the question. I would take a second to explain how the alert system works. There's an interface, and you activate that interface with what type of an alert you're going to send, an evacuation order, an evacuation warning, and you identify a geographical area. After you initiate that message package is sent into what is the Integrated Public and Alert Warning System aggregator. That then transitions, I'll call it for lack of better terms, into a cloud that connects with all of our cell service providers. The root cause analysis is trying to establish where along that sequence there is an error going on. And in addition to that, it is important to understand that the cellular phone towers have different reach in how they're activating the message to the cell phone. And so it's a common phenomenon that there's a term called bleed over, where a cell phone that may be in a different jurisdiction or a different area is receiving that message from a cellular tower that may be geographically in a different space. So right now, our number one priority is to establish how we can work with our, well, in coordination with our federal and state partners, how we can stop the messages that are going out right now that are not being initiated by a human action.
One just came. You
to
heard
stop
that.
that.
It just happened right now. So
and then
you've got to tell 'em.
understand how that occurred so that the tool can still be used for what was identified as like a critical fire weather that we're still in experiencing and will continue to experience.
So can I just follow up on that? The bottom line is we are going to drill down, because I too got the alert. I got 2 alerts, and then I got an alert telling me to disregard the alerts. And
that is the worst alert ever.
As someone who has communities that are on edge, that are lined up, and I'm sure Mayor Gordo has the same situation going on as well. They're on pins and needles thinking that they're next. So we're drilling down right now, and the way it's described to me is there are towers that are now powering up, and it's up in this cloud. It's kind of like when you send an email and it goes into draft, and then once you hit internet, it gets sent. Similar, but my question is, why can't we turn it off? And the answers we're getting are not satisfying. I'm not making any excuses. It's unacceptable, and it is frustrating because we are asking people to trust us, to believe us when we say evacuate. So if we're going to tell them to evacuate, we better make darn sure we're targeting the right people. So don't think we're taking this lightly. I'm not. And I know that my residents aren't. So I hear you loud and clear. The frustration you're hearing from me is based on the frustration I'm hearing as well from my constituents who are asking, when we get it, is it going to be legitimate? Should we listen or should we ignore? Or disable altogether? I think that's absolutely ridiculous, and I told Kevin McGowan that. To tell people to go on a website when they may not have access to an internet is absolutely absurd, and that is, quite frankly, not something that I am recommending. Obviously, for those that want to find out where the evacuation centers are, or the evacuation locations are, they can go on there, and it is an accurate map. But I'm not going to tell people, if you get the alert, go on and check. I think that we need to fix this problem so that, in fact, when an alert goes out, it is a legitimate alert that people can listen to. So I hear you. I hear that criticism. I personally, when I heard it, didn't feel that I was going to tell people, well, if you get it, just go on a website.
At least two bucks.
They can, but that's not going to satisfy the frustration that people have. So I just want to make it clear to you.
Thank you, Chair Barger. We are at time. We're over time. Thank you. We will do one-on-ones. If you need assistance, please come see me or a member of the team. Thank you, speakers, again. Thank you all for attending.
This is terrible. I did not hear any death tolls in there. Did anyone hear a death toll? We jumped in a tiny bit late, but the sheriff who was responsible for calculating and confirming the death tolls for the fires said nothing. I mean, it was crickets when it came to that. So if anyone has seen that, if I missed that, let me know. They might have put that up first, but not there. 10 this morning on Fox News. I've seen that number as well. I was hoping to have confirmation from that during the press conference. A couple of the highlights, if you missed that, let me go over that just a little bit for you. On the four different fires, the Palisades fire has increased on the update. They gave us up to about 400 acres this morning. It's grown another 400 acres. They did have the drone strike that took down one of the Super Scooper planes was last night. They don't know where that strike took place. I mean, obviously they know where on the plane, but they don't know where the plane was because the pilots did not know when it happened. They have about 3,073 personnel, firefighters, law enforcement, pilots, everything on fighting that one. Doing a lot of work in the Topanga Canyon area there. It's only 8% contained now. That's up 2% from this morning's update that I first gave you. And they are expecting winds to flare up today in that area, which will be a challenge. After that, the red flag warnings are probably going to expire tonight. It'll be a calmer weekend, and then they're going to come back again on Monday. Eaton fire was 13,600 acres. This update gave us up another 300 acres, so it's 13,300 or 13,900, and they've gone from 0% containment to 3%. The Eaton fire, in that one, they've lost 4,000 to 5,000 structures, similar to what was lost in the Palisades fire. And the big concern in that area was the communication structure, the telescopes, everything that's up on top of that Wilson point. And they successfully defended that, did not lose any structures up there, which is good. Kenneth fire, that's the one where we have an arrest. They were not able to make an arrest on arson, but they did get him on another outstanding, like a warrant or something. So there is video out there of people literally dragging a guy to the ground who was holding a butane torch. One of those handheld canisters that can light a fire with, or welds, soft metals with. That video is going around. The people restrained him until the police could arrive. The police arrived. They couldn't arrest him because nobody saw him lighting a fire, apparently. But they're saying that is arson. They're still investigating that one. They think it is, but he's being held on another charge. Kenneth fire, it grew about 40 acres since this morning. It's up to 1,000 acres, 35% containment still. No structures and evacuations have been lifted in that area. The Hurst fire, didn't get many updates on that one on this particular press conference. So we still think it's right around 770, 780 acres, 37% contained, and there's no evacuations on that one either. There was a Pacoima, was that what it was? A fire in the Pacoima area. It was just a tiny one, 5 acres. Fire departments jumped right on it really quick and put that one out. So that one's out and done. So good work there. The sheriff says he's got 50 sheriff's deputies out working this. They're handling a lot of the evacuations. They're handling not the evacuations. They're handling a lot of the security around the evacuation areas. The evacuation order affects 153,000 residences. There are 58,000 structures at risk, and there are another 160,000 residences that are under warning right now. They did tell us about the curfews in Palisades and Eaton mandatory evacuation zones. Those are 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. So Josh says I have to be out of here by 6 p.m. because I don't want to be arrested. Pacoima. I pronounced it wrong. Anyway, they are going to be arresting people for trespassing if they don't have a righteous reason to be there. Let's see. So the curfews are going to be in effect. The curfew violation is a misdemeanor, which is $1,000 fine and jail time, and they're not going to just issue a ticket. They are going to book you, which means the jail might fill up quickly. Now, there were some strong words. There were some strong words that were shared in that press conference about what they're going to do to people who violate this curfew. I think in actuality, we might not see that same level of, at the judge's level when this goes to prosecution, because quite honestly, a lot of the people who are violating this curfew are people who say, "It's my house, I have to get in there." The appetite for punishing someone who breaks curfew to just to try to see where their house is, they just need to know, I think will be low when this actually works through. I think they will be arrested. I think they're not joking about that. They're going to at least initially make some arrests, but if unless they're actually looting or doing something illegal, aside from just breaking curfew to go see their house, I doubt that we'll see many prosecutions on that one. Let's see, the Kenneth fire, we got the updates there. Probably the most hopeful message in that whole thing was the Department of Insurance guy who got up there and was like, "Hey, I've ordered insurance companies to stop dropping people, to stop saying, hey, we're not going to renew your policy. And, effective for a year. From now for a year, they can't drop you in any of these areas. Even if your home was not destroyed, they can't drop you." And that was huge. And then he says, "I'm asking insurance companies to do the right thing and backdate my order and treat it as if I had given this order 90 days ago," which we heard, I think some people called out State Farm because apparently a lot of homes, a lot of residences just recently went through that dropping process where they got dropped off of their insurance shortly before this fire took place, like within the last month or so. It's me. They are saying Kenneth. RA is misstating the name. It is an area just like Topanga. Let's see. Let me show you where we're at here. I'm getting the name from the website that tracks the fires. Let's see, Genesis Project. This is the track. This is the U.S. Forest Service Fire Information Resource Management System. Kenneth is the fire. This is the name. It's literally on the screen. This is the U.S. Forest Service website for tracking fires. They are calling it the Kenneth fire. And here's the Palisades fire. So if I'm saying it wrong, so is the U.S. Forest Service Fire Information Resource Management System for U.S. and Canada. Let's see. Let me get this one off. We don't need this one. It doesn't update very much. I need more mice. Fire Girl, I just got that message. I saw it come in. Thank you. Tracy, good news in the middle of all this. Just became a grandma last night. Grandbaby number 8. A boy. It's a boy. Congratulations. Going to bring great grandma to go see him. That is awesome. That is really cool. Congratulations, Tracy. Looting's been a major issue with LA and other areas, so I'm glad they're addressing the issue. I don't think you would be charged with looting if it's just your house. If it's your house, just curfew violation. I agree. Talking about those charges really quickly, if we go back to that, they brought the DA in. Of all the people to be talking in a update about a fire, the district attorney was an interesting one to bring in. But he did say there were 5 crimes that they're going to be focusing on related to this fire. The first one is arson. Anyone who sets these fires intentionally, obviously, that's a huge concern. They're going to be looking at curfew violation. He says will be prosecuted. Looting. That's somebody who breaks in, and it's not the people who have well, for the most part, it's not the homes that have burned down they're worried about. It's the homes that survived in an area where everything else is burned down. In those evacuation areas where people have been said, you have to get out. And at the same time, when you leave your gates open, leave everything unlocked so the firefighters can fight the fire. And then looters are coming in and taking advantage of that. So those are the people they're worried about looting. Drones are a big issue. We know we've got one plane grounded, a super scooper grounded, at least for the weekend, which means it won't be back up in the air until the next red flag warning starts on Monday because of a drone strike. And then obviously scams. The scams are a huge issue and probably will only become more so of an issue as this goes forward. As people are saying, hey, now's the time to help, contribute to this cause, because there is an emotional, outpouring. People are like, this is devastating. We're seeing images of neighborhoods that have been razed, and they're like, if you want to help, just send money to XYZ. That is one of the slimiest things you can do to capitalize on somebody's, heartstrings for helping their fellow man. And steal the money and not send the money to the people who need it. I would say even the people who are doing, fundraisers saying, I'll give it to these people, cut out the middleman. Cut out the middleman, because I can promise you every time there's a middleman, there's taxation, and the government's going to steal. So even if I were to say I was going to do a fundraiser for California fires, if I gave every penny of profit that was donated, you'd still lose 30% of it to the government in taxation, just as it passed through my hands. So try to find people who are actually boots on the ground, donate as close to possible as the destination and reputable sources only. So it's worth doing your homework to make sure that the donation goes to the right place if you want to help. Speaking of donations, Josh, oh my goodness. A massive, once again, this day 2 of massive super chats. Josh, thank you. We're super excited for you. I know you got plans tonight. It's going to be a good weekend. That is awesome. We all know someone who's affected. Just don't donate to anyone you don't personally know. That if you can help someone directly, I would say, in my experience with charitable giving, the closer the connection between the giver and the receiver, the more effective it is. If you personally have a family member, I would say start there. If you're far away and you can't help, obviously you don't have a connection. I would say then go to something reputable, like a Red Cross type outfit. But the closer you can be, I just know you have plans to not be here on the weekend. I have plans to not be here as well. Nonprofits, they're great. A lot of these companies can be vetted. A lot of them have to report the percentage of the overhead they have. So if you work, say, for the federal government, you have an opportunity with your paycheck to make regular donations to a charitable organization, and they send out a big book of all the charitable donations, and it literally lists the expenses. They'll say, here's, this 501c3 is dedicated to cleaning up cat poop in space, whatever it is. That's probably not a thing, but if it was, and then they'd say, 95% of donations that are brought in go to overhead, which is salaries and things like that. I would probably not donate to clean up cat poop in space, even if it were a problem, if 95% of it doesn't actually go to the end, the end of the row. But that was my business idea. I stole it from somebody. I knew that. I didn't want to use something that actually existed as an example. But a lot of churches allow donation places as well. You can check with churches and find out how much of the overhead they have and how much actually goes to the end of the row. Nancy B., thank you very much. Hey, I love our community. It would be awesome if we reach the 6 digits for the channel, but at the same time, I love what we have. I love who we have here, and it's a lot of fun. I'd rather it grow slowly and keep the same feel than explode and people feel lost. So if it's not a thing, I'm going to make it a thing. That sounds rad. Cat poop in space. So we need We need AI to make us a business brochure for cat poop scoopers in space. Somebody can make that thing happen. There's an argument for higher admin fees, though. 95% is way crazy, but 30% can be legit. It can. And you have to look at what they're doing. It's not, if you're drilling wells, water wells in Africa, you're flying in equipment, you're flying in expertise. The cost is, arranging that and flights and salaries and everything. It's a thing. Just make sure you're not donating to something that 99% of the money goes to somebody's pocketbook and a token payment goes to the end cause. All right. With color changing asteroids to show the health of your kitty. Yeah, Robert, I like where you're thinking. If you just push the cat poop towards Earth, as it makes re-entry into the atmosphere, it will burn up, and it would be pretty as well. Look, a shooting star. No. That was Fluffy, or that was from Fluffy. Oh my goodness. Yeah, advertising goes towards that as well. I have not seen Judge Boyd in a while. I don't know if she's on vacation or what's up there. I've heard Judge Fleischer might not be streaming right now for whatever reason.
Yeah, right now any availability we have or windows to utilize. Visibility for a lead plane.
Turn on the scanners again.
Not the best right now.
Yeah, if we can make that a priority, power company and equipment, we need to get Topanga Canyon opened up into Topanga. That's going to be the main route. That's going to delay resources getting to
Understood,
Fire's
Kevin.
Edge
Yeah,
or
just
where
any
it's being
availability
impacted.
we have or windows to utilize, and we'd like to capitalize on that.
Nancy B., you read my message. I'm so honored. Nancy, thank you.
We're on the phone right now with the company. We'll get back with the ETA as soon as I have it. 909.
Good morning, Richard. Hello to Canada. A lot of Canadians joining us today. If you look on the viewer map, which is voluntary, user supported, you can place your PIN using the first link and check everyone's PIN using the second one.
Palisade Air Attack. Eaton Communications, Night Quebec, take 1 or 2 VLATs in place of the 4 tankers.
They've got 4 tankers that are going to be coming in.
As long as they've got the lead with them.
Helicopter.
Oh, that's interesting. Visibility is an issue here. Palisades said we don't want takers unless they bring a lead plane. The lead plane is important for visibility.
Communications, LAV1.
We did get a verdict. It was guilty yesterday. If you want to see that, it's on the very beginning of the podcast on this channel that we did last night at 8 p.m.
Palisades Communications, LAV1.
LAV1, Palisade Communications.
Let's check out the Eaton fire.
Palisades Communications report a fire on the hill behind 25439 Colette Way. 25439 Colette.
LA Palisade Communications copies. Report a fire. 25439 Colette Way.
Is that by Calabasas? That's on the other side of the mountains. Let's see if there's one in Palisades as well.
Eaton Communications, Night Quebec, command.
Palisades Communications.
Task. On command.
At night, Quebec, operations training.
LAV1, Palisade Communications.
Quebec resources offline. Returning to Palisade comms, go ahead for LAV1. Eaton Communications.
Understood. Thank you for the update.
LAV1, Palisade Communications. That fire at 25439 Colette Way is going to be the Kenneth fire.
Ops training, all night, put back resources off the line, returning to camp.
Branch 7, operations on P1 command.
Night operations are done in Eaton. Yogi Kaz,
We need to get
thank you.
a engine over to Helispot 69 Alpha. I believe that's in Division Victor. However, my recommendation is utilize an LA County engine because there's an LA County Helispot. So you maybe I'll get a resource at 1107 Alpha out of uniform to get over there. The copters are saying the tanks are overflowing, so we need to just get someone over there to monitor that. Branch 7 break, Division uniform, Branch 7. Division uniform, Branch 7.
This is a possible explanation for the naming of the Kenneth incident that I received via text. And let me read this to you. You guys tell me what you think of this. The Kenneth incident is a fictional event often discussed in the context of fire safety training, where a hypothetical individual named Kenneth is fired due to the blatant disregard for fire safety protocols, leading to a significant fire incident. Essentially, the story serves as a cautionary tale highlighting the importance of following proper safety protocols, procedures to avoid potentially disastrous consequences. Could that be why it's called the Kenneth fire? I'm not seeing Kenneth
Division Mike, Palisade Communications on command.
as a location right there. They're overflowing now. Yes, these are the tanks that are set up, the portable tanks set up for the helicopters to suck water out of. Yes, Toadette, most definitely. Just don't put your full address in. Just go to like city and country.
LAV1, Palisade Communications.
Palisades Communications LA on V1. Additional caller reporting within the Palisades. 1560 Calle de Estribo. 1560 Calle de Estribo. Reported fire.
LA Palisade Communications copies structure fire at 1560 Calle de Estribo. Break. Division Mike, Palisades Communications V1.
Okay, that fire is this area, man. This area's been hammered.
Branch 5.
That fire is right up in that same neighborhood where we had that couple that was trapped and wants to be evacuated. So still another
Go
fire
with
up
the
there.
address and spell the street name, please.
Branch 5, Palisade Communications. Address for the structure fire is going to be 1560 Calle del Estribo. It's going to be CALLEDESTRIBO.
That's it.
Copy. Structure fire 1560 Calle del Estribo. Branch 5 copies. Division Mike, Branch 5.
Form. We have resource from 1107
I copy, we'll work.
to 69 Alpha.
Division Mike, Branch 5.
Helibase, Eaton air attack. V3.
Eaton air attack, Eaton Helibase on V3.
I heard that coming.
Division Mike, Branch 5.
They're going to bracket first and then heading to the fire.
Branch 5, Night Mike, go ahead.
Eaton Helibase.
Can you copy the structure fire at Calle de Estribo?
Bracket and then
Can you spell the last part of that street? I got the Calle Dale.
I heard that conversation with 532. They're going to bracket first and then heading to the fire.
ESTERIBO. Copy 0 Hotel X-ray. Hey, firm, they're going to drop off. Copy, Day Mike's working on resources. Working out a bracket, and then they're going to be headed up to the fire.
Copy, advise him to let me know what the outcome is.
Additionally, 0 Hotel X-ray is off.
Firm, and what kind of report are they receiving, do you know?
Copy 0 Hotel X-ray.
Reported structure fire.
Copy.
Palisades air attack, LAV1.
LA, Palisades air attack.
Palisades air attack, update on your orders. Lead is now going to be Bravo 5-3, ETA to follow. VLATs are 912, 914.
I haven't heard this one mentioned yet. I'm not sure if I can pronounce it either.
Palisades Communications. Night, Papa.
World Central Kitchen is feeding evacuees and first responders. That's awesome.
Night resources off the line.
Okay, so now both night resources for both Eaton and Palisades are all done.
Communications copies. All night resources off the line, 917.
It's United Airlines. There's a helicopter drawing a pretty little star on the map over Palisades. So this air attack over Eaton is out of San Bernardino. See if I can find the plane that's been mapping. During the press conference, we saw some planes doing some intel coverage, and they were drawing. I think there it is. Here we go. There's our intel coverage flights. These are flights where the plane has cameras, both infrared and visible cameras that use the face down, and they fly a pattern where they take pictures of the ground. All those pictures are stitched together and sent to the command center so they can have an up-to-date map to show how the fire's grown. They use those pictures to do more accurate tracking of how big the fire is, and also strategic planning for where to send resources as well. Virginia, the fires for a lot of it has moved out of the city, and it gets to an area where it's difficult to get coverage. So if you have like a helicopter that's able to get a view, a long shot with a long zoom lens, we're seeing a lot more of those. We're seeing fewer live streams of fire in town because the fire, for the most part, has moved out of it and into the mountains. Brady B, member for 3 months. Thank you so much.
Division Mike, 4190.
We are seeing that there's a huge outpouring of, I think was it the Rose Bowl? I forget, some big parking lot in the area of supplies, clothes, food, water, just all sorts of support equipment and materials are being dropped off at a couple different places. You can see this is Pasadena at the Rose Bowl right now.
Lost so much and have nothing. So people out here, the volunteers and evacuees included, they're just trying to do their part. We've seen the firefighters, the first responders making a difference, doing what they can on the front lines. And these are just people out here just trying to make a difference. And as you can see, they're making a huge difference in some people's lives. They've got bags, they're filling up foods, they're taking water, canned foods. She mentioned the baby diapers, clothes, blankets, anything. People are parked in here sleeping in their cars. They've set up tents. So just a lot of need, and it's a beautiful thing to see how many people are willing to help their neighbors.
That is just awesome, as people are doing that. And that's not government. That's not the government saying, hey, bring donations here. That's just people who are in the area saying, look, I got spared this time. I know what it's like, or, my heart breaks for the people who are affected by this. I've got something to give, and I'll donate. And they just come together and do that. That's Rose Bowl, Pasadena. So really, really cool resource. Can or will they go back and charge the guy for arson if they come up with video? It might be more than video, or they might not need video to charge him. They did take him into custody, basically holding a butane torch, and he was, I think, on a bicycle. Why he has a bicycle and a butane torch right in the area where the fire started, you know, he's got some explaining to do, but they will need some evidence if they're going to convict him. Fires are generally named by where they are, but they can be named after the first person to report it. Just like stars, right? If you find a new star, you get to name it. I've been looking. Trust me. I've got a name. Buck 3 OG. I need to go through my clothes, see what I can give. That is awesome. That is really cool. People helping people. It is wonderful. 13th juror, welcome. Good to have you here. I'm near the airfield where they get the fire retardant, hearing several planes. They did say that the planes will be launching at 9, which was, let's see. What time is it in Los Angeles, California?
It's 9:21 in Los Angeles, California.
So we should have some air tankers doing retardant drops here soon. Let's see what we've got. That's a...
from night branch in the blind. All night resources off the line.
This guy's flying the map. We should get some planes here shortly out to the lines. Pretty cool pattern, but you can also see,
Division Mike 4190.
based on how big of a pattern he's flying, exactly what areas were covered by fire and what's in danger.
Alpha training. No structural involvement.
Hi, Stephen. Check up.
You can buy a star.
Palisade,
I'm not saying that's a scam, but it's recorded in book form as if you wrote a book.
Information, all
It's not
night
actually
Yankee
meaning
Zulu
stuff.
resources are off, and a Yankee. Palisade Communications copies. All resources off the line. 0923.
Eaton, night Yankee Zulu.
LA,
copy.
night
All
Yankee Zulu.
Yankee Zulu, night shifters off the line.
Okay, so everyone's reported night
Yankee
shifts are
Zulu,
gone.
go ahead.
Information, all night Yankee Zulu resources are off, and day Yankee, day Zulu have transitioned.
Eaton, night Yankee Zulu, LA copies. All Yankee Zulu, night shifters off the line. Palisades Air Attack, LAV1.
Let's see if we can see what's happening with the Kenneth
Palisades Air
fire.
Attack, LAV1 when able.
421 from Medic Engine 191.
There's our burn imprint from the Kenneth fire. So we can go a little larger on this one.
LA, Palisades Air Tech.
You can see it burned
Palisades
right
Air Attack,
up
we're
next to
running out your order. You have
homes.
tanker 02, tanker 41. Also, South Ops requesting you want one more additional tanker on top of all the 4 that you have.
Firm, I will take the additional. Thanks.
421 from Medic Engine 191.
Palisades Air Attack.
See a little hot spot down here. That's interesting. But a bit of ember that jumped from one. This Palisades fire has literally been cut off in the middle. We've now got the Montanito is the area they were concerned about. You got Topanga is up here. This little bit has split off and is still headed westward towards Montanito.
9 Division Mike.
Little gap. The
Division
houses, the
Mike,
town area
communications.
is mostly cooling down.
All night, Mike, resources are off the line.
Engine 63, truck 68, squad 68, medic 663.
Night Division Mike, Palisade Communications copies. All night resources off the line. 0926.
Looks like Flint Ridge Fires still continue to spread up here by Mount Wilson. We're sort of working past the antennas now, though. They're probably safe, but they haven't been able to stop it. Only 37% containment on that fire. Or, excuse me, 6% containment. When they say containment, that's
Night Division Juliet.
active fire lines that they have a line place
Night
that
Division
the fire should
Juliet.
not jump.
Palisade Communications. Juliet Night Resources are all off the line.
Port Wanami?
Night Division Juliet, Palisade Communications copies. Night Resources off the line, 0927.
Copter 9, go ahead.
Copter 9, assignment complete. You're on quarters. LA, Palisade, Air Attack V1.
Palisade Air Attack V1, go, sir.
I'd like to order relief air attack over the fire at 12:30.
1230. Also, tanker 169 is now added to your roster.
Got a new tanker coming in.
Good copy, thank you.
Branch 10, Night Zulu, on command.
Trying to see if any of these are news choppers.
Branch 10, Night Zulu, on command.
Branch 10.
Yeah, is there any way we can get some tankers up to the top of the division? It's just more or less to keep it in check while we get resources in place up on the top of Zulu.
If you want to go direct to air attack, you can do that, or would you like me to go through it?
No, I can go direct. It's just
This is air attack
didn't
right
want to
here.
step on anybody's toes.
Camarillo Hella Base, 7 Alpha Hotel on command. 7 Alpha Hotel, Camarillo Hella Base on command. 7 Alpha Hotel is assumed to Palisade, Helco. 7 Alpha Hotel, assumed Palisade, Helco at 0927. Camarillo Hella Base, Palisade, Helco back, Helco relief at 11:30. Camarillo Hella Base copies, 11:30 relief Helco.
That buzz means that we are listening. We're not going to miss any traffic on the scanners, but it's a little annoying.
Squad 68 from engine 63. Squad 68, copy.
Clint 44, medic 432, ill person, 480 Canyon Crest.
Juliet, Branch 20, Trinity Command.
Cherie, thanks for the super sticker.
Sorry about that. Go for Juliet on command. Juliet Branch 20 training. Yeah, copy traffic. Your type 2 is going to be Branch 20 training. If you need a resource, I can see if there's a type 1
We've
available.
got double audio coming in. Let's stop this.
Okay, copy that. Just whenever something's free, go for Juliet. And there's not another priority. I can use them. Juliet Branch 20 training. Yeah, copy traffic. Your type 2 is going to be a bit delayed. If you need a resource, I can see if there's a type 1 available.
Fix that one. Sorry, I was having double traffic. I couldn't tell where it was
Okay,
coming
copy
from.
that. Just whenever something's free and there's not another priority, I can use them. Copy. Break. Eaton Air Attack Branch 20 training command.
Some pretty funny names for outsiders to try to pronounce.
Engine 163, medic 661, person with PD on scene. Clear to enter at the UFC gym, 451 West Esplanade.
Chakota, Chickasaw, Okamulgee, and Muskogee. How'd I do, Jason? Did I do okay? Does this mean the houses are out of danger? A lot of them are. Some are not. The areas that are really in danger are going to be around. See if I can get on the map here. Around these red hot spots for Palisades. So there's still some areas of homes up here on the Topanga area,
with aircraft information
as well as up above Palisades in the high mountains above Palisades. And we've got some approaching Montanito.
2 Charlie Kilo is en route to the fire, and 2 Hotel Tango will be stopping at Brackett to drop off their crew chief before en route to the fire.
Copy.
Your traffic broke up, repeat. Concern medic 432 en route. Call.
Should be nearly done with this mapping, which will give us more updated coverage.
Copter 90 quarters.
Center copies, copter 9 and quarters.
These commercial flights are now flying over. They're really high.
Operations
They're up high,
unable.
not interfering with these other planes.
Eaton operations.
Eaton operations reports of down power lines arcing behind 1946
Camarillo Base.
Altadena Drive.
Palisade Telco.
1946 Altadena Drive.
Palisade Telco, Camarillo Base.
Copy 1946.
Two type 1 water droppers, division, uniform, Valley Road, Malibu Dip,
for
contact
service in the
Telco.
Branch 20 area. You can feel free to go direct to Branch 20.
So power lines down and arcing.
Eaton Ops LA copies your request.
That's right here.
I'll try to get an updated map so I can get your branches.
You can see we've got the Eaton fire in this area. They're trying to restore power
Two division uniform, utilize the Valley route,
as much as possible, but this area is burned
Can we
pretty
take a
badly.
bucket ship, or do you want just tanks? Camarillo Hellbase copies. You'll be receiving
Branch 20, Juliet.
Papa Golf and 4 Papa Golf.
21 Rachel.
Branch 20 training. Branch 20 training from Division Juliet. I heard something about 1946. Alta or Santa Anita, is that correct? Is there a call for service?
Truck 140, medic 667.
Yeah, it's going to be on Altadena Drive. I'm looking up, see who's plotting in. Juliet.
Sharkey. I love this.
West Contingency branch on command.
My brain works like this. Left brain and right brain can do different things, so I love having the two different signals. I can spatially hear in the right ear what's going on in Eaton, and the left ear what's going on in the Palisades fire.
Center engine 140.
I call it Sharkey. That's why it used to be Shark, but when you add the UE, it sounds fancy.
West Contingency branch on command.
Like Tarjay. Yes, Tisha.
Medic engine 142, medic 452, abdominal.
I think we.
55, Cayo Rochelle.
Air attack, Night Zulu on command.
Truck 140 Ventura, you can cancel engine 141. Night Zulu, air attack, go ahead.
Yeah, I tried to get you on air-to-ground command, didn't have any luck. Is there any way we can get some fixed wing up on the top of Zulu to keep some stuff in check while we get resources in place?
I've got a bunch of fixed wing on order, and from Air Ops, the priority for the shift today was getting reinforcement line in over in Mandeville Ridge. Is that what you're looking at, or are you trying to go more direct?
No, we're on the other side of the canyon to the north in Mandeville on the Zulu side.
That difficulty breathing, that's a common call. It's terrible for the person who's suffering.
Copy. I'm flying back towards you. I'm going to try to get you on air to ground.
You can get a lot of those with the smoke in the air.
Day Division Mike, Oregon Task Force 11 on command.
Your access to the locker room.
Oh, wow. Landfill. But that's going to be huge. There's your business model. Get yourself a lot of cheap land in California that can be designated as a landfill for toxic fire waste. There's a huge demand for that now. Oh my goodness. He's found at the water hose on his hand. Cheap land in California.
Branch 5, Oregon Task Force 11 on command.
Oregon Task Force.
Branch 5. Yes, sir. My task force has been assigned to Division Mike. Haven't been able to make contact with him yet. Just looking for some instructions on where to go.
Yeah, firm. Head to down the Pacific Coast Highway to Getty Villa. GETTYVILLE.
I copy that. Thank you.
Yeah, just contact it, and if you're unsuccessful, hit me on command again, and I'll help you out a little better.
Saw that, the little boy explaining his house burned down, even the chimney where Santa used to come. Now they can't get
Confirming
presents
this
here
was
anymore.
Oregon Task Force 11?
That is correct.
And what resource do you have with you? Type 3s and what?
Currently, I've got 3 Type 3s and a Type 1. My 4th Type 3 should be back in service and on the road here in about a half hour.
Branch 5.
Palisade Communications, Night Division Alpha. All Night Alpha resources are off the line.
Night Division Alpha, Palisade Communications copies. All night resources off the line, 0940.
So you didn't ask for it, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. I told you I was having a problem with my desk where the lights, my new standing desk has lights on it, which is the reason I bought the desk. I'm all about the flashy lights. They weren't working properly.
Palisades Air Attack LEV 118.
The company that makes the desk said they didn't have any replacement lights. They told me you can buy them though on Amazon and we'll pay you back for them, which they haven't done. I did buy them. They were the wrong ones. They don't work at all. They didn't even do any of the fancy flashy lights that they advertised they did. And they just yesterday said, fine, we're going to send you out a replacement, but it's going to be the entire top part of the desk. And you can just take what you need out of that box and throw the rest away. Like, you're sending a 200. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Mary?
AirTac LA
This is
on
Mary.
V118.
Hi, this is Mary
Hey,
from
Mary.
Med Health.
Sorry. So now they're sending me entire top of the desk, not the legs.
Tanker 02, tanker
I don't need a
41,
second
Westland
desk.
Fox 933, ET 943. Also, your relief air attack on order will be air attack 140.
Copy, thanks.
Irish Princess,
Palisade,
hello.
Telco, camera,
How are you
hall
doing?
base on command.
Irish Princess's son, welcome as well. We are seeing some stuff from the ground, the crews that are on the ground reporting.
Go for Palisade, air attack, command.
The damage is crazy. This particular reporter talking from
Palisade, Telco, camera,
Altadena,
hall base.
which is the Eaton fire.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. But just melted
Copter
cars.
602, Copter
Outside
605
the
are
road.
spooling up and inquiring if you are going to have a need for them before they finish their run-ups.
Wild.
Not right now. Negative.
This is a good sign when somebody says
Camera, hall base.
we don't need these helicopters right now.
It's Sheriff from Engine 166. Engine 166, good. Sure, request another ambulance medic unit 663 is out of service mechanical. Engine 166, Ventura, copy.
Power lines. Those are power lines. That's a transformer on the ground right there.
Division Mike,
There, that's
engine
a transformer, that round
4190.
white thing. I would not be going that close to down power lines if I were a reporter.
Engine 166, Ventura, just confirm.
Engine 4190, Night Mike.
Night Mike, engine 4190. Can we switch to TAC?
You're part of that Fresno strike team last night, correct? Or the one we were working with?
Mary calls in on a
Hey,
different number
affirmative.
every time.
It's Larry.
Yeah, so you're a night resource. You can go back to your strike team and go back to your own TAC.
CMS 63 notification, RA52, respond as additional ambulance.
4190 copies.
Code. Units on scene of a difficulty breathing, 1601 Kipling.
From Camarillo along with CMS 63.
Engine 145, medic 442, difficulty breathing, 3944, Corte Cancion.
Laurie, the Jason Chen trial is a stabby murder trial, 60 times.
46, medic 431, fall, 6480, Catherine. Course of US.
Battalion 7B.
We have 630 pins on the map so far. This is crazy. Let's take a look at the map.
Day Zulu, trainee. Day Zulu on command.
Clear for difficulty breathing, 3944, Corte Cancion.
All right, these are
Day Zulu, trainee.
these are you. That's what they are. Every purple dot is a one or more viewers reported to be in that area.
Zulu actual.
Just
Day Zulu training, go ahead.
See what states we're missing here. First
Yeah,
in the
Day
United
Zulu
States.
trainee. This is Zulu actual. I need to get those two golfs and that Charlie up on top of the division off
We have
in
North
Entrada.
Dakota. Yes, Wells Fargo.
I copy.
West
You want that Cal Fire Charlie or the mixed Santa Barbara one that we talked about earlier?
That Fresno one that we got this morning, and they're coming in off of Topeka Canyon to
Maine
Entrada,
checks
take it all
in.
the way out along the Dozer line.
Awesome, Brandy Rose. Thank you for Maine.
I copy Topeka Canyon to Entrada and take the Dozer line out.
Rhode Island. Do we have Rhode Island?
You're heading towards Eagle Rock.
T-Dubs coming in from Rhode Island. I think we have every state. Let's check
Division
Hawaii
Charlie,
very quickly.
40 Alpha trainee on command.
Nobody in Hawaii.
And Daisy, let me start
Nobody in
around
Alaska.
ETA.
Yeah, let me
Canada,
make contact with them and I'll
across
get you
the
an ETA.
provinces. British Columbia, Alberta. You've got Edmonton, Calgary right there. Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia out there, Prince Edward Island. Wow. Well, look at this. Look at this. Salty Dog, way out here. That is awesome. That's so cool.
Division Charlie.
We have a couple.
40 Alpha
We have one up in
trainee
Iceland,
on
I think. Let's see. Sky, welcome from Iceland. We've got a few in Norway, Sweden, a lot in the UK, Ireland, Northern Ireland, Scotland. The Netherlands is represented as well. France is on the map. Vienna's in the house. Berlin, Poland. Sweden's there, Stockholm. So cool. The greater Russia area, not yet. We have not yet intruded. United Arab Emirates.
Palisade, Telco, air operations on command.
South Africa. We've got multiple in South Africa. Thank you very much. Johannesburg around there. Australia now, the southern part of Australia has represented. Brisbane, Sydney, not yet. But we've got
Telco air
Adelaide,
operations.
Melbourne.
Can you make contact with Division Alpha? They're looking for some direct bucket support.
That's just awesome. Thank you all.
Strike chain 9431 Charlie, Zulu trainee.
Yeah, I've got to figure out how to break into that Russian market. There's untapped potential there. Angelique, thank you very much. That is awesome. Red Sky gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Red Sky.
9431 Charlie, Division Zulu trainee.
Eaton branch 5, LAV31 able.
Squad 80, go ahead.
Zulu trainee, 9431 Charlie on command. Go ahead. Yeah, traffic for branch 5 trainee. Traffic with Zulu
Branch
actual.
5 trainee from Eaton.
Hey, from like 9431 Charlie to transition to Topanga at Entrada.
75 East Altitude.
Yeah, I just want to confirm though, you're not too far engaged with anything what you have going on? No, we're just scouting that island to do some structure defense, but we're gathering up and we'll be moving towards Topanga and Entrada.
Branch 20 trainee, I believe that's going to be in my branch. I will handle.
Branch
At 31 Charlie, you were cutting in and out.
Able. I'm going to need a new map up here. All the maps I have are out of date.
Gonna need new
Copy,
map.
understand. All of branch 20 has all the flatland area there. You can send it straight to me.
Copy, flatland.
I don't like that sub-carrier tone that's just squeals my ear, but we'll put up with it.
LA branch 20 trainee, and correct, that was for a structure, correct?
Hey, firm, smoke from structure with sheriff on scene.
Copy.
Here's one of our tankers doing retardant drops. Just came in. Took off out of Lancaster.
Engine 163, go ahead.
Hey, you got a vehicle coming up your way.
9436 Golf, Zulu trainee on command. Go ahead for 36 Golf. Did you copy that traffic with Zulu actual? Getting up on top of Zulu.
Bug Dugger, thank you very much.
Negative. Last I heard, we were heading to Trippett Ranch.
Yeah, you can go direct with Zulu Actual. He wants you to take Topanga Canyon to Entrada and follow that dozer line up. He's up on top.
He's lined up to do his
you
fire
happen
drop.
to be with 34 Golf?
You'll see the color turn yellow, I think.
Negative.
Let's see. As he speeds up, he's diving. That's why it's going faster.
Break.
The tail goes,
Quebec.
the trail goes yellow. It moves lower to the ground.
Zulu training.
Does the dump. Now he's pulling up, rapidly pulling a few G's here as he goes up to the other side, steep canyon. You'll see the trail go green again as he
That's going to be the same for you, and the Zulu Actual is going to need you up on top of Zulu.
All right, 41.
Okay, at that Trippett.
So he's doing a
I think
retardant
you're broken
dump
off
right
there.
over
You're
this
going to take
area
Topanga
right here.
Canyon to Entrada, Quebec. Follow the dozer line all the way up. You go direct with Actual when you get up there off of Entrada.
He had to bank hard because of how steep it is right here to come up the canyon. So picking up altitude again over here.
Palisade Air Attack LA V11 able.
Another tanker circling, getting ready to do its drop. Just coming in, going to do the lineup. Probably follow the same pattern, but just a little bit different area. It's back up to elevation now. This yellow part is where it was down low, close to the ground.
Division Zulu from 1521 Charlie on command.
Mad Skill's an incredibly dangerous. That's why they're only doing it during the daytime.
Eaton Branch 20 LAV.
Division Yang from Palisade Communicate. All C1. Your resources are off the line.
The LA Branch 20.
Branch 20 reported tree fire 1065 Loma Alta Drive.
Last unit for Palisade Communications. Repeat your traffic. Victor Trainee all night. Victor resources are off the line. Division Victor Trainee. Palisade Communications copies all night. Division resources off the line. Break. Division Yankee, Palisade Communications. Communications, Division Yankee, go ahead. Division Yankee, that reports a fire in your area.
Shit,
on a
isolated sky,
hillside
that
with
is
some
awesome.
railroad ties. Let me know when you're ready to copy the address.
Okay, our second tanker is lining up to do another drop. We're circling to get ready.
Address is going to be 16810 Glen Drive.
Turns here. He's going to be dropping down. So the green is up high, yellow is lower. You also see him speeding up as he loses, he picks up speed and loses elevation.
Palisade Air Attack.
Communications copies. Break. And by 1 for air attack.
Engine 140 fire alarm at Adora Apartments, 341 Mike Loza.
Division Mike, Palisade Communications.
Same area.
Mike 421.
For Division Mike. Division Mike,
First one dropped
Palisade
right
Communications.
here. Second one dropped right there. Stay right on top of each other.
Same address as the fire earlier. Air attack. Kaida Stribo. B3. That's been confirmed as a smoldering railroad tie.
Aircraft request. Division Delta.
Communications copy.
Working with 0 Hotel X-ray. Type 1 helicopter.
Communications, Night Foxtrot.
Eaton Holidays copies 1 Type 1 to Division Delta working with 0 Hotel X-ray. At this time, unable to fill. They want to keep 25 Mike.
Branch 168.
With 0 Hotel X-ray. Okay, I copy.
1,000 to 10,000 gallons of retardant and water on board. These are impossible conditions for the pilots to operate. But again, we wait, we look for those opportunities, and when we can use them, we use them.
And then finding out that there was a drone that went into one of the aircraft, the Super Scoopers, and that had to take it down, and there was an investigation with that. I mean, just one more thing to add to all the problems.
Yeah, that's been kind of a new phenomenon in my career. I've been doing this for 30 years, and drones, that's been a whole new thing, a new aspect. But the rule that we have with that, if they're flying, we can't. And I want your viewers to understand that if there are drones, unauthorized drones in the area, we can't operate. So that's the big challenge for us, and we have to be vigilant on that one. But it's like I said, the aircraft on this, once we were able to bring them to bear, game changer. All right, and believe me, we're using them whenever we can.
Yeah, it's incredible
That
seeing
PIO
them
on his
flying up
helmet
above
means
and going
Public
into the ocean, scooping up
Information
that water
Officer.
and taking it to the fire.
And now's the chance. I mean, like I said, the winds are, they're expected to calm a little bit this afternoon. We need to really work on getting containment lines in, getting the hot spots handled. The terrain in these surrounding mountains is very difficult. Access is always a challenge. So the aircraft are essential in those kinds of operations.
Okay, thank you so much.
You bet.
Philip, you got anything more?
That's it, Tony. You got it. Thank you very much.
Division Yankee, Palisade Communications.
LA Branch 20, Trini, copy the transmission there.
One right there you just passed it.
Branch
Down there in
20
the parking lot
training
where
LA
the,
copies the request, just
like the
confirming
state parks guys are.
you want
You can just
outside
come around, follow
assistance
me.
from LA.
Down where the heavy equipment is.
Nah, it's negative. It's through the incident ground support.
Division Yankee, Palisade Communications.
These helicopters are dipping down into the, looks like the Alumni Park reservoir to fill up, then flying up to the Monte Nido area and doing drops in this area where there are a lot of homes, these white roads. Those are residential streets up there in the mountains. They're trying to stop the fire there. This is, it corresponds with this heat signature on the map right here where there's a lot of active fire.
Division Tango from Task Force 13 on command.
Eaton ground support LAV3.
Yeah, Tango, this is 1014. We got resources around here, Type 3s, and some Type 6s saying they're from Papa. They're saying that they're working this area. So just wanted to clarify that we were in the right area.
Are they from Big Papa? And do they like it when you tell them? Never mind.
Division Julia from 01 Alpha, your location.
Anna says, what does Charlie mean?
Communications LAV11 Able.
The police are, the incident command structure they've set up here has marked areas and command centers with phonetic codes. So Zulu, Alpha, Charlie, that would be like Area C.
2382 Live Oak Meadow Drive. 2382 Live Oak Meadow. Reported fire under deck. Second address, 3903 Villa Costera. 3903 Villa Costera. Reported flare up in the vegetation.
Okay. So two new. The first one that just went out. That is in Malibu area.
Copies, fire on deck at 2382 Live Oak Meadow Drive.
That's Live Oak Meadow Drive.
The second address, 3903 Villa. Can you spell the second word for me, please?
Costera. Charlie, Oscar, Sierra, Tango, Echo, Romeo, Alpha.
That's also in Malibu. That area is right here.
LA Palisade Communications copies 3903 Villa Costera.
Palisade comms. Palisade Air Attack LA1 Able.
That is, I mean, you've got Los Angeles Fire Station 70 within a stone's throw of that fire. So hopefully they're able to get some resources there. Not far from the Malibu Pier.
Division Charlie, 6840 Alpha.
You can see the fire is spread. Last night it was in the area by the Will Rogers State Beach. It's now moved up here over Tuna Canyon Park area. Burned near Fernwood, Topanga, and is now active up in this area by Montanito.
Division Yankee. There's communications.
So they use those code letters to designate areas, so they don't have to say names. It's very clear. They choose names that are not similar to each other. So you wouldn't have like a T and a P and a D and an E. You would have like an Alpha or a Zulu, a Charlie, and the teams have code names as well, like Juliet. We've heard from Juliet as well.
Division Juliet from 01 Alpha on command.
Spartan Anna reporting that we have water pressure today, but we still have to boil it. I feel bad for all the restaurant workers who have not gotten paid all week. Can't claim it on unemployment. Yeah, a lot of people affected, even if your home was not. Hey, who's in here? Is that Mrs. R.A.? How are you doing? Why are you hiding?
Communications.
I'm trying to see if I can see, but I can't.
Yeah. Do you have any either Chick-fil-A or Panda Express?
Palisades, communications, branch 5, command.
Everybody's shutting down. The world is shutting down.
Yeah. Everything. We're in North Carolina, and it's about to have. It's about to get cold. It's about to freeze and have rain.
Okay, I was trying to listen in on those reports. That second address, is that in branch 5?
Robert, I get your reference there.
Branch 5, we're working on that right now. I'll let you know.
Awesome. We're about to have an ice storm, freezing rain, or possibility of some freezing rain, and schools are canceling, businesses are closing, governments are shutting down. Bread, milk, toilet paper run, and beer. I think beer sells out as well. Virginia, I didn't get this on the screen fast enough. She left my studio already.
Palisade Air Attack LAV-1.
Just from the air looking down at this is the Eaton fire, so this is going to be in the Altadena area. Those were homes there at one point, and now they're all gone. I'm sorry, you might have to rename your AI, your smart device, for a little while.
Division uniform, Palisade communications.
Bread, water, and Slim Jims. I've never thought of Slim Jims as an emergency sustenance, but I guess it would work. Is there a Panda Express rehab? If there is, I'm not ready to go there. I'm happy with that addiction. Coworker lives in Eaton. Oh, man. Oh, your boil order in Richmond, Virginia.
Division uniform, Palisade communications, V1.
Wow. Why it's spam that runs out.
Palisade comms, go for uniform. Division uniform, Palisade communications. LASD is requesting assistance. They're looking for an engine with a ladder to help with a DB. Let me know when you're ready to copy address. Hey, ready for address, and can you clarify DB?
Doesn't know what the acronym is.
The address is going to be 22190 Swenson Drive. Sheriff has a body that they need assistance with. They're requesting a ladder. Copy. We'll get an engine with a ladder coming to 22190 Swenson Drive.
That's in Malibu.
Palisades Operations LAV-1.
That's definitely the death toll that's going to rise.
Go for operations.
Operations LA unable to get a hold of your air attack. Be advised, Tanker 912, the VLAT is entering the airspace.
The area where that fatality was just reported is
912.
Is the area that just recently
Copy,
burned.
912. Break. Air attack operations on V1.
It's in this area. Malibu Pier down here in the middle. The red dot is where they're requesting help. With
Eaton branch 20 LAV3 when able.
Branch 20, Trini, go.
Branch 20 getting additional information from Altadena Sheriff for 1575 North Altadena Drive, 1575.
Communications Division, Papa, go ahead. And I walked on you. What was the nature of it?
Division Papa, Palisade Communications. I have 2 addresses to give to you for fires in their backyards. Let me know when you're ready. Copy.
Is that Eaton? Strike Team Level 9 is at 1675 Altadena. We have a crossfire. We exchange the address. Strike Team Level 9.
382 Live Oak Meadow Drive. Reports of a deck on fire on the backside of the house. Second address.
Branch 20, Trini, copy.
3903 Via Castera. Reports of a fire in the backyard.
Papa copies 2382 Live Oak Meadow for a deck on fire in the backyard. And then 3903 for Via Castera for a fire in the backyard.
Camarillo, Hello Base, Palisade, Telco. You have the ETA for 3 Papa Golf, 4 Papa Golf.
Camarillo, Hello Base. Currently, 4 Papa Golf has just entered the TFR, and I will check on 3 Papa Golf. It is spooling up currently on the deck.
Palisade, Telco.
Division Victor, 42 Foxtrot. On command, yep.
Yep, flying embers. They're still gusting winds. An ember can fly for more than a mile. They say miles. And this area has not had significant rain since May.
3031, you're cleared in 2000. Helco's 2,500. Hazards, power lines. You'll be number 3 behind copter 1915, copter 22. You guys will be working out of the Malibu dip in division uniform.
They've had less than 0.1, I think it's 0.01 inches of rain since May. It's
Palisade, air attack, air operations on command.
When there's hot air, there's plenty of oxygen, there's a fuel source. All it needs is a spark, and it goes up. Whether it's, it could be anything. So it's the worst possible conditions. Laura, there was a problem with fire hydrants not getting water on the first night. Since then, they've been implementing tanker truck runs to send water to the areas where they need it to fill both for the helicopters as well as for the apparatuses, different fire engines.
Elko, Camarillo, Hello Base, on command.
LA, Palisades, air attack V1.
Palisades, air attack V1, go ahead.
I'd like to place an order for relief. Lead plane over the fire at 1300, 1300.
1300.
So at 1 o'clock, They're basically putting that order saying, I'm good till then. The lead plane is the plane that flies ahead. See, that's the guy we just heard, the lead plane.
Are you in contact with Taker 912?
Taker 912 is right
They
here.
are about to go live for a drop.
Lead plane is following there. Its plane follow the leader. Lead plane is lining up the shot. This plane will just trace exactly where he goes.
Spotted a drone down there.
Lead plane also uses smoke. If you didn't know, they'll sometimes drop a smoke trail to show where
Division
to open
Charlie,
up the
6840
chute
Alpha.
to have the most
B1
effective
command.
drop of fire retardant. So these two planes are sort of joined at the hip right now.
6840 Alpha from Charlie on command, go. Yeah, I was signed with you. Got some misdirection, so I'm looking for some guidance here. You want to switch the tack, or are you able to get out here? Sure. I'm basically at the Division Charlie Alpha breakish. Okay, stand by there. I'm tying in with another strike team at Will Rogers, and I'll make my way up to you.
Looks like they're making a drop in Mandanville area by the canyon here.
Alpha. I'll be all tying with you about 10 minutes.
Nope, he's lining up for this.
Copy that.
run
You got a
right
location
here.
you want us to go to help out? Negative. Hang there at the Alpha Charlie break.
This plane, the transponder is not as accurate, but it is following the same trail that the lead plane's on.
Camarillo Helibase, Palisade, Telco. Command.
Camarillo Helibase, information only, 3 Papa Golf has just lifted off Camarillo Helibase en route to you.
912 is coming in to, let's go full screen on this.
3 Papa Golf.
Make a drop right in here. Let's watch his speed pick up, his elevation drop.
Air attack on command.
Air attack, air operations, go ahead.
Had Tanker 912 following the lead plane for a live run, had to divert due to a drone spotted just south of that neighborhood off of
That's right here.
Mandeville Ridge and near the hospital just to the south of that neighborhood.
We're just watching this. He just diverted. He was not able to
Air operations, copies.
to drop because of a drone. Yet again. And now planes have to land. They can't just sit up there and spin forever and just burn fuel.
Unit call operations, identify, go ahead.
Camarillo Helibase on command. Where was the area that drone was located?
Negative, unaware of any drone activity.
You just missed it.
Camarillo Helibase coming.
Camarillo Helibase, branch 1 safety, be advised. It was just turned in by
Eaton Helibase, Eaton Air Attack. B3.
Branch 1 safety, Camarillo Helibase copies, branch 1.
Eaton Air Attack, Eaton Helibase, V3.
Camarillo Helibase, just checking. 2 Hotel Tango, ET. On command.
Elko Helibase.
3 Type 1 water droppers, Division of Victor, a valley route using a 69 Alpha. Contact Elko. Copy, thanks. And the numbers when you have them.
Branch 10, Palisade Communications.
Mrs. R.A. just
Branch
delivered
10.
baked ziti. Oh no, this is
Branch 10, Palisade Communications.
Division Yankee, 9410 Charlie, on command.
And
They fire in the backyard of 1344 Piedra Morada Drive.
Safe communication, branch 10, you were stepped on any copy of your traffic.
Palisade Communications. We got reports of a fire in a backyard on Division Yankee. Address is going to be 1344.
They're going to try to do another pass.
Morada Drive.
They're lining up for a second pass, looking for that drone.
1344 Piedra Madre Drive.
The drones are small. I can show you.
Communications Division. A branch spawn, come in. Fire in the backyard. That address.
Palisade Telco, Camarillo Hell Base, command.
Go ahead, Palisade Telco.
That order for 3 Type 1 water droppers will be filled with 4 Victor Golf, 601 and 602, and understand utilizing Valley route to dip 69 Alpha on Division Victor. Is that correct?
The drones look like this. They have 4 motors on them.
Correct. Division Victor, Valley route 69 Alpha, and repeat the identifier.
They have a camera mounted on them, and they can aim
Victor
for
Golf,
miles.
Copter
I mean, they can fly for
601,
miles.
Copter 602.
They're about the size of your fist. They weigh about 250 grams to
4
1,000
Victor
grams
Golf.
for most of them.
Copter 61, Copter 602, Palisade Telco, thanks.
Palisade Air Attack, LA, B11 able.
It's small, but it's big enough to seriously damage and take down a plane. And the risk is big enough that that when they see those, they have to get out of the area.
Palisades Air Operations, LAV1.
Palisades Communications, night uniform training.
Night uniform training, Palisade Communications, V1.
All night resources from Division Uniform are off the line.
Night Division Uniform, Palisade Communications copies. All night resources off the line, 1018.
Palisades Air Attack, LAV1. Palisades Air Operations, LA, V1.
LA, Palisades Air Attack.
Palisades Air Attack, Tanker 914 inbound from San Bernardino, 1027 ETE.
Copy, thanks.
Palisades Communication Division, Papa on command. Division Uniform or Uniform Trainee Division Papa on command.
Good for Uniform Trainee on command.
Uniform Trainee Division Papa, if you can you split an engine off to 2382 Live Oak Meadows for a reported deck on fire in a backyard. Communications sent it to Papa, but it's going to be well into Division Uniform. It's right around the corner from Camp 8. Again, it's 2382 Live Oak Meadows.
So, Kelly, let me answer this question. The Palisades fire, last we heard, was 8% contained. The Eaton fire, last we heard, is 3% contained. The Kenneth fire is 35% contained. The Hurst fire is 37% contained. There was a 5-acre fire that's completely put out. Can't pronounce where it was at. And I think that's the latest updates on all those.
Eaton Elevation, Air Taco.
Division Yankee Palisade Communications.
Have one additional Type 2 tank ship available for water dropping if needed.
All right, logistics request. Delivery location will be LA County Fire Station 69 on Topanga Canyon.
Eaton Air Tac, V3.
Contact will be Division Yankee.
Eaton Air Tac, Eaton
And I'll do a break and give you my order.
All I heard was Type 2 tanked.
A Yankee continuing, 10,000 feet of 1.5 hose.
Type 2 available.
5,000 feet of inch hose with appliances.
Zero Hotel X-rays, 30
20
minutes.
cases of Gatorade.
So, like
2 snap tanks.
Division Delta.
20 gallons of 2-cycle chainsaw fuel.
Mike is being reassigned to the creek fire for the day.
And 4 cases of bar oil.
Copy.
Division Yankee Palisade Communications copies. Live request, Fire Station 69, Topanga. Division Yankee contact, 10,000 feet, 1.5 inch, 5,000 feet, 1 inch with appliances. 20 cases of Gatorade, 2 slap tanks, 20 gallons fuel for chainsaws, 4-case bar oil.
Affirmative. And then can we verify if Station 69 is referred to as drop point 69? That request was made a couple days ago, but I'm not sure if it's been established.
Division Yankee will follow up on that information and relay it back to you. Further, can we get a good contact cell number as well as when you need this appliances delivered by?
Delivery by today if feasible. And phone number is going to be limited cell contact.
Task Force 12 from Charlie on command, go ahead.
Mariposa, be appreciated.
Palisades Communication Division Zulu.
Mariposa and Oliver, if we can get an engine to help the crew in here.
Division Zulu, Palisade Communications.
Yeah, I believe you had a call for a fire in a backyard off the Piedra Morado Drive. Is this correct?
Communications, Zulu.
Division Zulu, Palisade Communications. A-firm, fire in a backyard, 1344 Piedra Morado Drive.
Okay, copy 1344 Piedra Morado Drive.
Division Zulu, A-firm, Palisade Communications.
Go for squad 54.
Copy. We got resources in the area. We'll take a look.
Branch 20 Eaton LA on V3 when able.
Branch 20 trainee.
Branch 20 trainee LA on V3 getting reports from CHP.
1143 Foxtrot from Uniform East Trainee.
2195 Rose.
Copy all.
(2195) Glen Rose
Go ahead
Avenue.
for
This is the
uniform
Eaton fire.
trainee on command.
Flare up next to houses. This is, I mean, there's
Uniform West
KFC.
from Uniform East. I'm trying to get a hold
there's the
of
flare.
1143 Foxtrot on command.
9431 Charlie on command.
So we're by North Arroyo, Altadena, Normandy Heights area.
531, squad 66 on tap.
Division Zulu, 9431 Charlie. On command.
Division Yankee, Palisade Communications, V1.
Communications Yankee, go ahead.
Division Yankee, Palisade Communications, Fire Station 69 and Drop Point 69 are in different areas. Just want to confirm that you do want it at the Fire Station 69 in Topanga.
Affirmative. LA County Fire Station on Topanga Canyon and Fernwood Pacific Drive. That's Station 69. If we can make the request to get an actual drop point number for the station, that would be helpful.
Division Yankee, Palisade Communications, copies the request. We'll forward it along.
Branch 5 from Contingency East on command. Branch 5. Yes, sir. I'm at your Sunset Boulevard structure that you wanted me to look at. Is there a way we could face to face?
Yeah, firm. Let's meet at Vaughn's Market on Sunset. I'll tie in with the division and get an exact location for you.
Yeah, I'm actually at the address, ready to take a look at it. I can go back to Bonzo on the PCH in Sunset if you like.
What's the numerics on Sunset? I'll meet you there.
It is 16147.
Copy.
Division Alpha, Bob's Task Force 1.
LA, Palisade Air Attack V1.
Palisade Air Attack V1.
I would like to place an order for the 3 large air tankers that are at San Bernardino to respond to the Palisades fire.
Operation Union 35 at 2195 Glen Rose. The smoldering route Engine 35 can handle.
Palisades Air Attack, LA copies. 3 large air tankers from San Bernardino.
Good copy, thank you.
Hey, Josh, I just sent you a request for access on that one. That last we heard from the 3 tankers responding to the Palisades fire is not a good sign. Well, it's good for the firefighters. I mean, they're going to have a lot of support, some good equipment that's able to do a lot of, cover a large area at once. But bringing in 3 large tankers to fight the Palisades fire means that the Palisades fire, they're worried it's really going to flare up. They're not getting good control of it. Michelle's Media Madness. I didn't follow the hearing today. Lori Vallow was live in a hearing. She was complaining. She wanted to know why they waited till after she was convicted in Idaho to charge her in Arizona. But pro se, it's going to be crazy.
Division Alpha, FODS Task Force 1.
SDRs work. They're great. But you need to have your antenna in range of the transmissions. So it wouldn't work for me. I couldn't pick up out there. I have to rely on somebody else who has an antenna close to it. There's a good chance what we're listening to right now is being picked up by a SDR. Jay Reno, let's take a look at the commercial jets while they're still doing this flyby to get more imagery.
Taxi leader 9142 Charlie 241
This cluster of planes, that's going to be LAX, Los Angeles International Airport, looks like they're landing today from the east, which is what they were doing yesterday, taking off over the ocean and then turning from there to go around this fire area, the TFR. Right here. They also can fly up and over. Oh, that's a tanker. Never mind.
Branch 1 operations V1.
They can fly over the fire area like Spirit Airlines did here, as long as they're up high. Spirit Airlines on this one is finally dropped down to about 7,000 feet, but they can go over the top of all these helicopters and everything without interfering. Here's United Airlines at 31,000 feet. Obviously, not going to interfere there. LAX has remained open. I don't know of any closures, although planes might have had to reroute, especially if they're going from LAX up to Seattle because of the smoke. We got a guilty verdict, Teddy Bear. Sorry to break it to you that way, but if you go back, if you want to hear it yourself, it's on the first part of the podcast that we did last night on this channel. Not Relevant podcast, right near the beginning.
Contingency branch, contingency west on command. Contingency west, contingency branch. I'll turn around and come time with you. Yeah, headed on down Malibu Canyon. I'll meet you at the intersection at Mulholland Highway there. Yeah, sounds good.
Branch 1, operations on command.
Operations, Branch 1, go ahead.
around you, just making sure you're understood. We're driving north on that motorway. We'll be tying in with you at Dirt Mulholland. We just came out of the neighborhood. Also, if you need any aircraft, go ahead and go direct with the air attack.
Yeah, I copy. I'm trying to get a hold of them. I just want to let them know as soon as they're done with the VLAT, we really need rotary wing over here in order to piece this together and keep it on this side of the drainage.
Yeah, copy. Thank you.
The U.S. military recently has been very interested in technology to combat drones. Various conflicts around the world are starting to see more drones being used, and they're a big threat. They're low tech and big threat, and they're very inexpensive. So there's been a big push to try to develop systems to take down drones.
Division, Papa.
Last unit for communications, you were broken.
Communications Division, Papa. Information only. Fire at 3903 via Castro has been mitigated. Additionally, the fire at
we are now entering your division
Live
to
Oak
begin
Meadows
collections of damage inspections.
be closer to Division Uniform, and Division Uniform was notified, and he assigned a unit.
Collections of damage inspection. Wow.
Palisade Communications copies. Fire mitigated at Via Castro, as well as Division Uniform has taken over the Live Oak fire.
If you hear of when the next press conference is going to kick off, I haven't seen one in the Eaton area. We saw the one out of Palisades. It sort of covered Eaton as well. But I think yesterday we got two separate ones.
Palisade Communications, LAV-1 when able.
LA, go for Palisade Communications.
Palisade Communications, reported structure fire 20076, Stites Drive 20076, Sierra Tango, India Tango, Echo Sierra.
That damaged Super Scooper grounded till Monday while they repaired the plane.
LA, Palisade Communications, copy the numerics of 20076. Street address was broken. Can you repeat one more time?
Stites, Sierra Tango, India Tango, Echo Sierra.
LA, Palisade Communications copies 20076, Sierra Tango, India Tango, Echo Sierra. Reports of a structure fire.
Affirm.
It is true. Canada tried to help the United States and sent down 2 firefighting planes, and we broke it.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
Thank you, Ian, weighing in on that one.
Division Papa, Branch 7, on command.
Branch 7, Division Papa.
Do you have any Charlie strike teams that I can take up to Victor for immediate structure threat?
That's affirmative. What's the meeting location for them?
Station 69, Topanga Canyon Road.
I copy. Give me a second. I'll get you the identifier.
Affirm if they're a CAL FIRE agency, that's preferred, and it'll be a code 3 response. Station 69, immediate structure threat.
Division Victor, Palisade Communications.
Our latest update on the fires, as far as size, goes like this. Palisade's fire is at 20,438 acres with 8% containment.
Division Victor, Palisade Communications, V1.
Eaton fire is at 13,690 acres with 3% containment. Kenneth fire is at 1,000 acres even with 35% containment. The Hurst fire at 771 fires with 37% containment.
Branch 7, Palisade Communications.
Branch 7.
Branch 7, Palisade Communications. We have reports of a structure fire in Division Victor's area. Address 20076 Stites. It's going to be Sierra, Tango, India, Tango, Echo, Sierra.
Take a look at this right here as you look at this map. If I turn on the red flag warnings, this is the area that's a high fire danger currently right now. It's the whole area. It's just massive. No lightning activity. See, 5-year fire history. These are areas that the fires burned previously. And up around Topanga.
Branch 7 Division pop up
one
in
of
a
them.
moment.
We are 1 acre away from having 36,000 acres of fire, over 10,000 structures destroyed. Still showing 5 fatalities pending coroner confirmation.
Branch 7 Papa. It's going to be Oregon Task Force 6. They're en route confirming Fire Station 69 off Topanga Canyon.
Copy, Oregon Task Force 6, affirmative, Station 69, CDF TAC 38 for tactical, and prep 1 more. I'd like to get a second Charlie out of you.
I copy. The only other Charlie is going to be Oregon Task Force 4. Give me a couple minutes and I'll get them back down here and assigned to you as well.
I copy. I'm going to try branch 10 as well, see if he has any Charlies available. Yeah, get 4 down and prepped, and let me know when that happens. Break branch 10 from 7.
Branch 10, I copy your traffic. I'm on their side, but I'll go to Division Yankee and see if there's anything he can free up in Topanga Canyon.
Affirm, type 3 or smaller. And we do have immediate structure threat. Break ops, branch 7, confirming you copy all. Copy all, emergency structure threat to Topanga Canyon, and I copy the traffic with the resources. Affirmative, it's observation drive, Terry, and down to 27. It's 200-300 feet from the homes and picking up now. Can we get SO in to do another evacuation announcement? There is quite the populace still within Topanga.
Oh, my goodness. Topanga under threat directly right now.
We'll handle.
The fire minutes away from homes.
Division Yankee, branch 10, you copy that traffic from branch 7 in Topanga.
Palisades Air Attack on command, LA.
LA, Palisades Air Attack.
Palisades Air Attack on the 3rd tanker. We have a Type 2 available. Will that be sufficient?
Affirmative.
LA copies.
Either one of them, man.
Sorry, I got lost there for a minute. Topanga.
W operations on V1 command.
Topanga's under some serious attack right now by this fire. It's looking hot.
Eaton Hellbase, Eaton Air Attack, V3.
Eaton Air Attack, Eaton Hellbase, V3.
Deputy Ops operations on V1 command.
Eaton, fuel return.
Eaton Hellbase copies. I have 0 Hotel X-ray positive AFF.
362.
Additional aircraft information. 2 Hotel Tango just spooled up at Brackett. Should be heading your way.
I got you on command.
You're broken, Eaton Hellbase, 2 Hotel Tango. That's all I got.
Showing them spooling up at Brackett, headed your way.
Copy, thanks.
Deputy Ops operations on V1 command.
We've probably got 6 or 7 hours of daylight still in California, maybe a little bit more even.
Victor Yankee on command.
How many people are displaced?
20.
About 153,000 is what we heard in the evacuation areas. About that same number.
I kind of missed some of what you got going on, but I do have 3 Type 1s that I could shuffle over you. They're going to go over to Station 69.
About that same number.
Yeah, unfortunately, those are a little tight for the Type 1s. I'm looking for 3s or smaller.
We got crew 41 working with 532.
They copy Type 3s or smaller. Let me see if I can break you.
Type 2 helicopter was going.
One of them here. Stand by.
Outstanding, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. If you could put your Type 1s where those 3s are and give me those, that'd help us out a little.
Victor, 42 Fox on command. Hey, I got one Type 6 heading to their location. I'm trying to wrangle up my other ones to head that way, just FYI.
Yeah, copy. Yeah, just get them in here close to that fire's edge. You hear the road, Sites Road, and then work from there back.
Copy all.
LA Palisade, their attack, V1.
Palisades Air Attack V1, go ahead.
There's a new start about 5 to 10 miles north of Van Nuys Airport. Just want to make sure you're aware of that.
Ooh, no.
Hey, firm, that will be the Archer incident. If you'd like to bring up V2 on your radio, they're launching now.
Archer incident will be on V2. That's going to be center channel for us. Let's see if I can find LAV2.
Victor Yankee.
On about Boeing says on at this time.
So.
Victor. And I'm going to send you 1870 Charlie. They're going to contact you on your TAC.
Command 41, go ahead.
They'll be en route shortly.
RCRC, I'm going to just repeat that to your command on E5.
1870
channel.
Charlie, 1870 Charlie.
3 strikes in
they are only, they're down an engine though, just FYI.
Coming with you.
That copy.
Archer IC, Helco.
Division Union.
This fire is near the Hurst fire. Let's see what we've got going on here on the maps.
Brand 7, go for Union.
Archer
Victory up 1 Charlie, report to Station 69, Division Victor on
Van Nuys
38
is right
for
here.
immediate
It's
structure
north of
defense.
that. New fire in this area.
I copy 1 Charlie to Fire Station 69, reporting to Victor for immediate structure.
Affirmative.
In the foothills, this is very steep area. These are rugged.
Papa 7, go.
Very difficult to get crews in.
All right. Oregon Task Force 6 and Oregon Task Force 4 are both en route. Task Force 6 is made up of 4 Type 1, 4 Type 3, and 1 Type 1. They're both en route to Fire Station 69.
I need to confirm the communications plan. I got command V2. I got your taxes of
I copy Oregon Task Force 6 and Task Force 4.
I copied our rotor Victor. I did not
Confirm the
get
copy.
an accurate air-to-ground.
Copies. Right now we're using LAFD air-to-ground. Actually, LA County air-to-ground. Victor 130.700.
Oregon Task Force 6 and Task Force 4.
Okay, copy ER Victor 130.7. We're on that with the rotor. So air-to-ground is the LA County air-to-ground. Copy.
All right, let's see if we can get some satellite imagery to see what sort of heat signatures we're getting off that newest fire.
Archer IC from Battalion 701 on V2.
Van Nuys.
Go ahead, 701.
Who do you have placed in Alpha?
Currently in Alpha, I have engine 18, engine 87, engine 91.
Roger that, I copy that. I'll take over your Alpha. How have we orientated this fire?
Alpha is going to be running towards the west on Cessna. So where they anchored it, going towards the west is Alpha. My Zulu is going to be going towards the northeast.
Okay, the center channel is this new fire.
Flank. That'll be blowing in the direction of the wind, moving southbound. The wind is out of the north. We will be Alpha. I have 18, 87, and 91. What TAC would you like Alpha to be working on?
Birdie, as I zoom out, if you look on the bottom screen here, as I zoom out.
LA County V10. Alpha, you're operating on LA County V10.
Here are your 2 fires down here.
Alpha is V10.
Palisade.
I'll get your report
Eaton,
of what I need.
Hurst, and then it's very near the Hurst fire. It's just on the other side of the highway here. See, that's the 5. It's on the other side of the 5, right in here near these houses.
Archer, I see LA County engine 73 is on scene. Do you have an assignment?
LA County engine 73, you're going to meet up. I'm going to give you Zulu. Engine 75 is Zulu. They're off of Cezanne. They got the northeast side.
LA Palisade, air attack. Copy that. Working Zulu with engine 75, northeast side of the fire.
Did you
We have
want
a
a
taxi.
replacement?
Affirmative.
Engine 75 from Archer IC.
Mechanical for 1 hour. Also, your type 2.
Archer IC, go for engine 75.
I don't know why it wasn't refreshing for me.
Hey, you're getting LA County engine 73,
103,
and you got engine 287 with you, right?
See, Archer IC, LA engine 75 is still en route. We are headed to the command post. We are not on scene yet.
Last unit confirming LA County engine 75.
That's affirmative.
This is very close to houses, a lot like the Kenneth fire yesterday.
Archer IC, engine 28. We're on scene west of the incident. I do have a fire coming down with an impact time on Tuscan Drive of about 10 minutes. I do have about a 20-mile-an-hour sustained wind. Would you like me to set up a structure defense? I do have an LAPD presence to help with evac.
Copy. We're working on that. For right now, I'm going to go ahead and send you to Gillette Avenue.
Closest resource.
Go ahead and go north on Cezanne on Gillette Avenue. Let me know what you have up there, and I'm going to make that structure defense group 1.
There's video of the damaged plane.
Hey, I see from Zulu. Are we operating on B11 for Zulu?
Engine 287, the Zulu is going to be operating on V11. Alpha's operating on V10. Engine 287.
That damage caused by a drone.
I know engine 75 there. Let me know what LA County engine's with you. I just sent you one.
Something about this size, no bigger than your fist.
791. I saw them behind us. 75. We're working off of Cezanne on the street. On a Roscoe and Cezanne.
I'm going to mute the other two channels just where this new fire gets
Engine 28,
under control.
I copy. I'm going to be going to Joliet. I'm going to bring LAPD with me. I'll give you an assessment of what I have up there. Would you like me just to talk to you on V2 right now? Yes, that is correct.
We are on V2, so we'll continue following that conversation.
Archer IC from Command 41 on V2.
Archer IC, Brush Patrol 8 on scene.
Sherry, this is a new fire. Are they calling it the Archer fire? I didn't catch the name.
Archer IC, Patrol 150 is on scene. Do you have an assignment?
Patrol 150, I got you in at staging right now. Sit tight.
Archer IC, Brush Patrol 8 on scene.
IC, help me, full command.
6 Charlie, on tag, or calling command.
IC, help me, command.
Staging.
It's very possible this new fire, definitely evacuations for here.
Halco, go ahead.
It's very possible this new fire is a
Hey, I'm going to get off the command channel. I'd like to go to air to ground with you so we can have a little more positive comms.
Copy, that's going to be LA County Underground. I'm ready when you need me.
Archer IC from Battalion 6 Charlie, on command.
Archer IC, County Engine 150 on scene. Do you have an assignment?
Hey, 150, go ahead and stage at Cessna and Balboa. IC's a little busy right now. I'll capture them as Battalion 6.
You think they're a little busy?
Archer IC, you have engine 239 in that staging.
Archer IC, Battalion 6, LA County.
You got engine 266 in the staging.
I see that LA County engine 73 to 40 Zulu with engine 91 and engine 287.
Last unit, go ahead. 28 on 2.
Archer IC, LA County Battalion 6, on command.
Unit for Archer, go ahead, repeat.
Archer IC, LA County Battalion 6, on scene with engine 111, 124, 143, and 150. If you want to make us a task force and assign us into structure defense.
Battalion 6 from Archer, copy. I'm going to make you structure defense group 1, you and your 3 engines, confirming that is 111, 124. Give me that other engine. I'm going to send you up on Gillette. I need you to look at that entire area, Tuscan, Karis, Doris, and let me know what you need.
Yeah, I copy. I'm also going to have engine 143 and engine 150. In addition, Battalion 6 Charlie has come to the command post. He's going to be a rep.
Over engine 150.
124, 143, 150, Battalion 6. Set up Gillette. Let me know what you're going to need.
IC engine 28.
Archer IC, you have engine 239 and engine 266 in at staging.
IC, LA County Soup 21, B2. Soup 21, go ahead.
Hey, myself and crew 9-2, you can show us on scene. We're going to engage from the heel onto your right flank, which should be Zulu. Can you verify comms and leader?
Okay, so here we have the Hurst fire.
Soup 21 with crew 9-2. You're going to get the heel going to Zulu. You're operating on V11 as your TAC. V2's command.
Gillette is right here in the center.
Good copy. And do you have a Zulu in place?
This is Gillette, so they follow it and say go up to the top of Gillette.
75 on the Zulu. Engine 75 is Zulu right now.
That's where they're trying to send everybody to the end of this. It's literally a subdivision, a little circle with an access road up into the hills. That is downstream where the fire's headed. They're going to try to protect these houses, which will be threatened. The fire itself is up here in these foothills, very small, but already showing up on the CAL FIRE
We should probably start looking at sending some companies down to structure protection south of Cessna parking lot. Pretty much running through heading south.
Copy structure.
If we look at CAL FIRE's page right here, they put the fire right in this area.
Archer IC, allowed you to have priority drop.
There's the Hurst fire, and then right next to it, right by all these houses.
Archer IC, you have engine 266 and 239 in at staging. Do you have an assignment?
Engine 269, I copy. You're in at staging. I need you to go to Louise and Cascade. You got structure protection up there. Let me know what your needs are up there, Louise and Cascade.
Sir, copy Louise and Cascade. The correction, that is 239, engine 239 and engine 266.
This is still Altadena. This is the old fire.
Structure protection.
Copy. LAFD engine 239266. I'm sending you to Louise and Cascade. You got structure defense up there.
We'll go in there and let you know their needs.
Archer IC, water tender 156 on scene.
Go ahead for Archer IC.
Archer IC, water tender 156 on scene. Where would you like us?
Water tender unit repeat.
Water tender 156 on scene.
Copy. 156, hold. I'm going to see where they're going to need you.
Hi, from Division Zulu. You got a BC in Zulu right now? You can take over from 2.
Engine 75, no BC yet. As soon as I get some staff, I'll send someone up for Zulu. You got it for right now.
You got IT Battalion 701 here on Cessna on Iraq, so I don't know if they're attached to the incident or just observed.
701. 701 from Archer IC. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time getting through to Alpha. I'm making my way up there now, recommending that Alpha actually runs along Cessna. The fire's already pushing to the road.
Cessna, that's that top road.
Battalion 701 Alpha, hey, I need you to find a better spot. Your comms are coming in really broken.
The fire's right here on this road. It's pushing in this area along Cessna. There are just houses on the other side. Quick view of what this looks like, if I can get this switched to a Google Street View. The houses are on one side, and the fire is in here. Right now it looks green. This picture is old. This is just dry grass and brush. So this whole stretch along here, the fire's going to be roaring through with wind backing it on the right. And all these houses and all the shrubberies and everything else that they've got, all the vegetation, the foliage, foliage. You guys are going to knock me for that one. All these things, especially these types of bushes, they are matchstick dry and will just ignite. They ignite next to a house, then you have houses on fire, and it just spreads from there. So pretty rough area to be trying to fight this one. It's Ari's language class. It's always. Anytime I'm live, I'm being educated on how to speak gooder. Gooder, better, and bestest.
Vic 1 is off on ice and plane on fire in 5 minutes.
The plane that's circling is the air
Vic
tac
1 LE
for this particular incident. They also have helicopters that are making drops, or will be making drops on the fire, dropping water down as soon as they're able to set up the location for where they can pick up water. This I'm not sure about. This might be a. They don't have a. I don't think they have a TFR here. This could be a news chopper. Could be a news helicopter staying stationary and just filming it far enough away that they're out of the trouble. But
Archer IC from engine 18 on Alpha V2. How do you copy?
Last unit, repeat.
This is engine 18 on Alpha. How do you copy?
Engine 18, I copy loud and clear. Battalion 701 is going to be Alpha. What do you need?
Just giving you an update. Handheld radios are having a hard time with communication through the rig apparatus only, but we're holding the fire in check along the ravine, keeping it from going in the park.
Copy, holding it on check on the Alpha at this time. Do you need some hand crews?
Affirmative. We got engine 87, 91, and 18s holding in check for now.
Any resources staging, let's check in. All resources in staging, let's check in again.
Archer from Structured Fence 1. Archer, I see Structured Fence 1.
Who received these alerts were very far away from any of the affected areas. Then a short time later, there was a second alert telling people to disregard the warning.
Go ahead.
Now, the alert was supposed to only go out for people.
News is talking about those faulty alerts that were the topic of
Hello, Tinker 55.
conversation at the
LA.
press
Go ahead.
conference.
Yeah, 55 is off Van Nuys. I get a size up on your homes threatened off of Gillette.
LA 55, we're off Van Nuys, arrival on the RC.
Hello, Tinker 55, LA. Trying to get a hold of Archer. I see you're coming in very broken. I see you have Brush Patrol 98 at staging. Brush Patrol 98, got you in at staging. Brush Patrol 98, who else is at staging? Any LAFD resources are at this time? LACD 270, engine 70, talk to engine 88.
Archer IC, you have engine 73, engine 273, engine 88, push patrol 98 at staging.
IC is incident command. They're the people in charge of everything here. Just trying to find out what resources they have and where everybody is. Once again, just for scale, here are 3 key fires that we're using. There's
Archer IC, Sequoia, engine 321,
if you count Kenneth.
on scene at staging.
A lot of fire in the Topanga, in the Montanito area. Those are both communities. Also got some fire up in the mountains above the Palisades. Mostly moved out of the community areas there. The Kenneth fire has died down and is very well contained. No homes threatened, no evacuation, although there were, it looks like, a couple hot spots that popped up within the last day. Looks like those are knocked down. Hurst fire.
Battalion 15.
Not
273.
not doing anything, but we've got a new fire right here.
How do you copy? Command.
LA County Battalion 6 from Archer IC. Do you have an update on your triage of homes?
A lot of activity here.
Archer IC from Structure Defense 1. And
Palisades. Tankers making
Hey,
drops.
last unit, you're coming in broken. Try to find a better high spot.
This is the most familiar pattern we have with planes flying over.
I see. County Battalion 6 from Archer.
Got a lead and a tanker following it. About to make a drop right here.
I see from Battalion 6, which is Structure Defense 1, go on command.
Copy. What are your needs in your area off of Gillette? And is there any fire impinging there or Ember Cast?
Yeah, our current threat right now is down on Tuscan. I have 5 engines laid out down there and engaged in that. Just got a good view from up top. It's pushing hard toward the Tuscan area. The upper streets off Gillette aren't affected at this time.
Copy. At this point, is there any homes threatened or actually any homes involved?
Yeah, the only homes that are threatened right now are going to be off of Tuscan. No homes involved.
Copy. No homes involved at this time. Do you need any additional resources?
Yeah, if you have additional resources, you can go ahead and send them to me. I'm going to be operating off of V11 direct, and that's going to be Structure Defense 1.
Structure Defense 1, copy. You're going to be operating off V11. LA City, Engine 28. I'm going to assign you to Battalion 6, LA County. Meet up with them, make a face-to-face.
yeah, I copy. We did a face-to-face about 10 minutes ago. I'm working under him.
Dispatch, Quebec 1 is off Magic Mountain, heading back to Van Nuys in 15 minutes.
Quebec 1, LA copies.
IC from Alpha, V2. Go for IC. Yeah, Alpha, can you do into Alpha? Lot of the park. Go into the parking lot will all be considered Alpha company for me.
Just you what?
All units, Battalion 15 will be assuming ops. Man 42 will be assuming IC. We have crews coming in. Make your request for crews. We'll pump them in as necessary.
Hey, Operation 621, command.
These fires in this type of condition can start from just about anything.
Last unit for Archer, you're coming in broken.
A trailer chain dragging on the road and sparking.
Operation 621 on command.
Last unit checking in, you're coming in broken. LA County Battalion 6, you're going to be known as Structure Defense Group 1. I'm also sending you LA City, Engine 273 and Engine 88.
So this new fire is up near the Hurst fire, other side of
copy, I'm
5.
Structure Defense 1. What resources are you sending me?
You're going to have LAFD Engine 28 working with you already. I'm sending you Engine 273 and Engine 88, both LAFD.
Copy. Have them meet me on the corner of Cessnon and Tuscan.
Engine 273, Engine 88, you copy. You're reporting to Battalion 6. They are on the V11 direct.
Archer IC, Sequoia, Engine 43.
Engine 239, Engine 266, is there an update on Louise? Copy, Engine 239. Just sit tight there for right now with 266.
If this image is accurate, just from the pixels, still around 100 acres or less than 100 acres on this new fire. I'd say it's probably even less than that.
Archer IC from Engine 18 on Alpha. You copy.
Operations, Soup 21 on command.
Soup 21, go ahead for ops.
Hey, I got a couple of resource designators to give you when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Okay, Zulu, you got 9-2, 12-4, 9-3, all LA County, and then you have CAL FIRE 48 Lima, and then in Alpha we put our crew 2-4 and Soup 14.
Copy. What are your needs up there for more resources?
Zulu's looking pretty good. We're calling Zulu everything coming up off of Cessnon, the east side of the fire, and then we're going to wrap around the north side. So we're calling back Zulu. It's looking good. It's all in grass, and it's kind of in check at this point.
Copy. Let us know if you need any resources. Thank you.
Going to bring you a little footage of that new fire in the Archer area, courtesy of Fox 11.
Regards. So not everyone's even getting the same alerts here.
Yeah. Right. And I will tell you one thing that
this is the new Archer fire that's burning here. You can see it's burning quickly. Just run through these areas, making a run at that Sensen Boulevard area you've heard about. That's where the fire trucks are set up, trying to stop that from going into the homes there. Hand crew entering the line right there, getting ready to fight it, just right, at the flames. This fire just popped up. There's a bulldozer already on scene. Look at that. They're already trying to push some lines here if they could. It's a scary job. The access road, that's the access road into the mountains there. The flames are now right there, ready to jump that road. Look how we heard this right when it started, and look how quick this fire ran. Being pushed by the wind, It started on that little road. It looks like it started right on that trail.
Archer IC, Sequoia engine 43.
Go ahead, Sequoia engine 43.
Hey, I just want to let you know we're making our way to the staging area down on Cessna.
I would say this would be a man-made fire.
Engine 43.
Not necessarily arson.
Alpha, that is off of Cessna and Orozco. Alpha, you're going to be reporting to Battalion Chief 701 on V10.
There's your ambulance.
Copy that.
Staging.
Reporting to Alpha 701 on V10.
Alpha on 10.
Helicopter's trying to put out these hot spots, dumping a ton of water right there on those flames. See if they can hit. Good drop. Also got hoses on the ground as well. Bulldozers pushed the line above it so it can't run uphill, now trying to cut off in front of it. Hope that guy has oxygen. Man, that is wild. You can see that ridgeline has a trail that runs along it, and if you look back to the origin point of this fire, like where the wind pushed it from, it seems to be centered on that trail. That means it could be a cigarette.
Yellow tanker 55.
It could have been.
55 release off the Archer fire, back to Van Nuys, and we're short final Van Nuys now.
Copy.
Looks like they've been able to knock it down pretty quickly here.
LA County Battalion
Thanks for
6
fast
from
response.
Structure Defense 1 on command.
Archer IC from Command 41 on V2.
Command 41, go ahead.
Command 41 is leading Strike Team 6050, which is a mixed Alpha Strike Team with one additional Type 3 resource to the Zulu side.
Command 41, copy. You got that Strike Team 6050 with one additional engine. Who is that engine that is not part of the Strike Team?
My additional engine is engine 155. They're Type 3. I'm going to attach them to Strike Team 6050. I've got all of them on our comm plan. They will be operating on TAC 10 with Strike Team 6050 leader talking to you on V2.
Copy. You guys are going to Zulu. Right now, engine 75 is Division Zulu. They are operating on V11.
I see Zulu is engine 287 operating on V11.
A lot of people driving up here trying to take a look. Police have blocked off the roads just so that the fire personnel can get there.
Division Zulu is Cessna and Structure 1 on command, V2.
Archer IC from Command 41 on V2. Archer IC from Command 41, just confirming Division Zulu is Cessna crossover Orozco.
Here's another view, a little different angle to see where that fire came and how it was rushing right towards those houses. It looks like they've knocked down most of the fire, which is great.
Operation.
Go ahead for operations.
Yeah, Valley County Desert Team 2 on scene. Do you have an assignment or you want to stay on staging?
Just stay at staging at this time.
Dispatch, Quebec 1 is AIQ Van Nuys.
Quebec 1 is available, quarters Van Nuys.
That was really quick, knocking that down.
Archer operations from Command 41 confirming Division Zulu is Cessnon and Orozco.
Copy. Zulu's going to start right before Cessnon, right before you hit Orozco. There is an opening, a gate that will take you to your road on Zulu.
Command 41, copy.
Archer IC, Sierra Engine 353, on scene. What are your wishes? Last unit, repeat your designator. Sierra Engine 353. Copy. Sierra Engine 353, just stand by and hold it at staging. 353 copies.
We're going to bring back on the audio from the two other fires. The Palisades will be only in your left ear. The Eaton fire will be only in your right.
Battalion 717, copy. You are with engine 239-266. I will make you structured defense group 2. You got that area of Louise from Nuon and Cascade, north of Cessnon.
Chapter 15, LAV1, go to the traffic operator relay.
Battalion 717, copy.
We need an engine to 69 Bravo.
You want me to share
keep up
C11 with
69 Bravo. We need an engine.
Copy.
At this point, you can operate, on V11 direct. You got another structured defense group 1 at this time. Let me know. It looks like no homes are...
Looking at the live view of the aircraft in the Los Angeles area.
Hey, Camarillo, Hello Bay.
Right now, I got my go on there. No homes. We're spreading it.
I'm going to turn down that new fire. It looks like they've got it knocked down. I'll keep an eye on that as well, though. Just looking at the live aircraft that are fighting this fire, looks like we've got this is over the Eaton fire.
Palisade Helco on command.
Which is by Altadena in this area. Altadena? I think it's Altadena.
I'd like to place an order for 2 copter replacement for 3 Papa Golf.
Palisades fire is down here by the shore.
Uniform.
A lot of air traffic up here.
Malibu dip. Water
Lots
drop.
of helicopters in the Topanga area as well as the Monte Nido area where the two areas are the fire is most severe. It's pretty much burned out between the mountains and the ocean here.
Utilize the valley dip. Correction, the valley route to Malibu dip.
Up here, this is the Archer fire we just looked at. A lot of helicopters flying up here, taking care of that one and putting it out really quickly.
Eaton air attack, Eaton Helibase on
That's the news chopper that was filming it that we just watched. Here's another news chopper.
Helibase, Eaton air attack. Helibase, Helco, go ahead. We'll be receiving copter 605, copter 95.
They're filling up with water right up here.
Available for you if you need them.
I copy both identifier.
We did have the Kenneth fire last night that was up by the Hidden Hills area, in this area, about 1,000 acres, I believe. It is now mostly contained and not threatening any homes, no evacuations there.
Base copies, boundary check, Division Alpha. Do you have a contact or is he going to be working with anybody?
The flight path of this plane is a little peculiar, but it's taking photographs of the ground, making up to the current moment maps of the fire and its progress and the buildings that have been damaged.
Relay copter 1515.
I think they can fill another minute.
Until further notice to 69 Bravo for water management.
The fire was not quick enough. The fire was too quick. The evacuation orders. The fire was on top of the houses. Luckily, none caught on fire in the Archer fire, but they are issuing evacuation orders still.
Go for uniform on command.
Yes, actual is East trainee. We need to send one of the Type 1 engines up to 69 Bravo to start pumping.
either Palisades 1 or Palisades 2. We got to pull one of those engines.
I copy. You need a Type 1 at 69 Bravo.
That is correct. Thank you.
Yeah, copy. We'll handle.
It's crazy how many planes are in the air at the same time. Here's Las Vegas. People are just chilling there. This plane should be done with its map now. That last pass probably has provided all the imagery for the coastline of the properties that were damaged there. And it can now either make another pass back the other way to get this little bit it's missed. Oh, it's probably going to make another pass so it can catch up here because we did have fire in this Palisades area down further. These maps are what gives us the updated numbers when they say we've got some better numbers on how many acres of the fire is, how many structures have been lost. These maps are how they figure that out.
Alpha units, once you go up one at a time to the driveway, do some turnaround, come back out towards me, please.
Back on the Archer fire.
You guys copy on tack?
These helicopters with the capacity to pump water up and fill their cargo, the cargo tank with water and then dump it over the fire, can carry about 1,600 gallons. As you can see some water pour out of this one, I think, in just a moment. Moving into position. Or maybe they're just looking. Here we go. Oh, nothing there. Wow, they're low to the ground. Look how close that shadow is to the plane, or to the aircraft. That is crazy. You can see why
Division Alpha Branch 1, go ahead.
A drone, even at 400 feet off the ground, could be a threat to aircraft. So, Josh, I see you've got a spicy court for us to watch. I wonder if we want to take a break from the fires just for a minute. And there's the water. Ooh. That's pretty cool. They're sending a tanker into Archer, but I'm not sure if they're going to need it. I'm not sure where they'd lay down a retardant line at this point, unless it were on top of the houses, which it still has not been evacuated yet. Let's take a look at the satellite, really, or not the satellite, but the planes that are in the air. Archer fire.
Kenneth 17, Patrol 13, on V3.
There's the plane right there. You can see it. That's a massive, massive tanker. Look at that big belly on the bottom. Huge tank full of retardant.
Mobile Air 87, Branch 20, training on command.
Looks like he's flying out of the area. Doesn't look like he really lined up to do a pass at all. Turn on the...
Zulu copy. I'm going to give you LAFD engine 201, LAFD engine 7.
Palisades Air Attack LAV 11 able.
Battalion 717 from ops.
717.
Hey, copy. I'd like to move you over to take over Division Zulu.
Copy. I'll move over to Division Zulu. I'm going to need all those resources you have in Zulu. Just give me about 5 to 7 minutes to get there.
Copy. I'll send you a list. I'll text you.
Palisades Air Attack LAV 11 able.
See that. And it's before we passing this to Zulu, Wing Chief.
Tanker 181 out of service mechanical. That would be your type 2. Do you want a replacement?
Operations LA County, Dozer Team 2.
Copy order.
Dozer Team 2, go ahead.
Ops, is Dozer Team 2 canceled out of this assignment?
They're done. That's what we saw just driving away.
Hey, Dozer Team 2, your last part of your transmission was broken. Repeat.
Is LA County Dozer Team 2 released?
V1.
It's a lot of water.
Palisade comms, go for LA.
LA Palisade Communications. Decopter 1515, specify where they wanted that engine for dust management.
69 Bravo would be the hell spot, pumping immediately.
Dozer Team 2.
LA Communications.
Give me a few minutes. I'll give you an update.
Communications, copy.
Alpha from Ops. Is there a need for dozers on your division?
Palisade Communications LA.
On this side,
Advising copy address.
for rain, there'll be limited access time if you have an additional need.
LA Palisade Communications, go ahead.
69 Bravo at
LP, Golf Training on command, go ahead.
500 Saddle
Just an
Peak
update,
Road.
Walking the ridge line from Harvard Peak,
22500 Saddle Peak
southeast
Road.
towards where Bear Divide's coming up there. Break. Fires reached the ridge line, held up there.
LA
Minor
Palisade Communications,
crossover.
copy.
Minimal heat.
22500 Saddle Peak Road.
I don't know, 3/4 of a mile that I've walked so far.
Affirm.
Golf trainee, copy. Any needs or requests up there? My recommendation would be at this time, if there's any extra crews that could be sent up or on the Delta side, would push them out on this and secure what they can for now and until they figure out what they're going to do with that stuff in the drainage on Delta. Okay. Copy that. Break. Golf trainee. Command.
Hey, Calmaria Hell Base, Palisades Helco on command.
Helco, Hell Base on command.
I'd like to place an order for relief Helco over the incident. We'll go with 1230.
Calmaria Hell Base copies relief Helco over the mission 1230.
Division Victor, Palisade Communications, V1.
Was there traffic for 5000 Alpha on command?
Branch 7, Palisade Communications, V1.
Air Tech, LP.
Bridge 7.
Palisade 7, Palisade Communication. Copter 1515 is requesting an engine for dust management at drop point 69 Bravo on Division Victor.
At drop point 69 Bravo, dust management. I copy.
Hey, Thomas, I'm just getting voicemail.
Palisade comms, LA County Field comm.
Branch 7, Division Victor. Branch 7. If you could make another request to have law enforcement come up and clear this road, Tuna Canyon Road. There's becoming a big mess of civilians. Also, a lot of media. I don't see any PIOs with them. We need to inform PIO CNN is up in this area.
Baby Gator, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships.
Command break operations, Branch 7.
Is on command. Palisades Communications, operations on command.
Operations, go for Palisade Communications.
Unable to get through to deputy operations. 2 priorities. Need to get a message to them. One is for law enforcement, immediate need to push evacuations to Topanga Canyon. Second is for PIO to come up and assist with the high-level presence of media, same location.
Operations, communications copies, 2 messages, LEO and PIO, immediate need to the evacuation area at Topanga.
Operations, affirmative, there's still
Tony, that is
a civilian
a live shot
population
of this
impeding
fire.
the ability for the resources to do structure defense.
Operations, communications copies.
40 Alpha trainee from 40 Alpha on CDF TAC 26. PD operations, the copy direct.
I copy. Branch 7, message relay.
Branch 7.
In your location?
Tuna Canyon at Regatta, at the top.
Copy.
FRV 115 on command from Will Rogers.
Traffic for Copter 15 on command, go.
FRV 115 115 on command from Will Rogers staging.
5 go.
Operations, communications.
Communications, go ahead.
Operations, requesting nearest cross street for that previous message, LEO.
Palisade Communications from Will Rogers on command. Can you raise FRV 115 on command?
Division Quebec 9140 Charlie on command.
Will Rogers, stand by. 1. Break.
Go ahead for Quebec.
Operations, communications.
Division
copy.
Quebec
408.
9140 Charlie.
40 Alpha.
Green medical when ready.
CDS on.
Can you copy me?
Go ahead and give me a call on my cell phone.
Communications would be the area and vicinity around LA County Station 69.
Operations, communications copies near LA County Station 69 on Baker Canyon. Break. Your location, Will Rogers, go ahead with your communication.
What's your location? I'll come to you.
Mendocino and Brayburn.
Copy. Mendocino and Brayburn.
Will Rogers, 115, go.
Palisades Communications, slow Ambo 1.
Ambo 1, Palisades Communications.
All right, sorry, we're just trying to line up an interview
Ambo
here.
1 is staged to drop point 5.
Pertinent to the fire. And
Ambo 1, drop point 5, Palisades Communications, 1150.
seeing if we can get an update here on these fires. Let's see the latest from CAL FIRE. Let's see, still no updates on the acres.
Zulu training.
The latest is still showing that Palisades is 20,500 acres. Eaton Fire, 13.7 thousand acres. Archer Fire is the latest one here. They only show 1 acre here because it was brand new.
LE
so this update is way behind.
Access the residence at 1128 Cumbre Alta Court. Zulu trainee, copy request for law enforcement response for civilian access to 1128 Cumbre Alta Court. Is that affirmative?
Division Union, Branch 7 on command.
Branch 7, go for Union.
Victor's 100% engaged in structure defense. Can you pop an engine to 69 Bravo for dust abatement?
Affirm. We do have an engine heading up there to go boost
all
it.
the different
We'll have
fires up in
them
the
look at it, and if they need more help, we'll send that as well.
Branch 7, thank you.
There's a big tanker right there. I'm not going to take a White House presser because honestly it becomes too much work for the mods in chat. Because new people that are joining don't know we're Pickles, not politics.
Copy all that.
15 on command.
Hey Zulu, go ahead and repeat. You're coming in broken.
Love watching these huge planes fly.
Ops from Division Zulu. I made contact with LA County Battalion 6. I got all the resources tied into Division Zulu for Structure Defense Group 1. Right now we're looking good on resources. We're just closing off any gaps that we have in the line with our lateral. I don't foresee any additional companies needed here. And LA County Battalion 6 is going to come down to your location. Do you copy all?
Zulu from Ops, copied everything. Thank you.
Basically, it's looking really good on the Archer fire. They've really knocked it down really well. This is the view looking down at the Archer fire. What was there? Looks like they did lay down a couple lines of retardant on one end.
Battalion 6 from Engine 20, and I'm trying to get a hold of you on 11.
Oh, that's the Kenneth fire. That's not the Archer. I recognize that neighborhood. That's Hidden Hills. So that was the Kenneth fire, and it's out completely. I'm not seeing any smoke coming up at all, but it burned right up to the houses. Look at this. That must have been terrifying. I mean, you could stand on your back door and feel the heat from the flames. That's some really good firefighting right there. That is impressive. Of course, now this whole area has been, I think they call it denuded. There's no the foliage to keep the dirt in place. So now it's at risk from flash flooding if they do ever get water. Oh, there's a tiny bit of heat. Couple hot spots down here. You can just see a little bit of steam. Some smoldering.
Staging branch 7.
That's the Kenneth fire. Way up and to the right would be, from this perspective, would be the Archer fire right before you get to the Hurst fire.
Branch 7 staging.
Any water tenders available?
Okay, hold on. You're live on the air. Hold on just one second.
Stand by.
Yep.
All right. Let me do a quick introduction. Thomas, if that's all right, correct me if it's wrong. Is it cool to do that?
Can we go private real fast?
Yeah, just one second. All right.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Because he's the guy.
Is that correct?
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won. Alex stole it.
Squirrel.
in front of the Walmart.
All right. Sorry about that. We're super excited right now for a couple things. First of all, Thomas, one of our great mods on the channel, good friend of mine, podcast partner, has voluntold his dad.
Voluntold is more like it. Sure.
Yes. No arm twisting happened at all behind the scenes. Thomas's dad, Weather Watch dad, welcome. Familiar with the fire. The process of fighting fires in California from employment years past. Give us a quick summary of your experience with firefighting.
Sure. Overall, I have not firefighting in particular, but overall, I have just shy of 40 years in law enforcement. I was in the emergency services division of a major law enforcement organization here in California from 2000 to about 2003. So,
wow.
Part of what, mostly what I did was not firefighting per se, because my field is law enforcement.
Right.
I'm not a firefighter. And from the emergency management standpoint, my role was primarily not on the scene, but in what's called our Department Operations Center. And that's where things of the operation are broken down into, to name them quickly, there's operations, logistics, planning, intelligence, and admin finance branches.
Yeah.
And from the operations center, then you get things for the field, and you direct operations in the field too.
Now we've been listening to the scanners, the live scanners from these fires. We've got a couple. We've got the Palisades. We've got the Eaton fire. We had the Kenneth fire last night. We just had the Archer fire, which flared up and was immediately put down before it really got to get out of hand. And we got to listen as that communication, the operations are stood up for a new response to a new fire, and it can be hectic. I mean, there's resources from not just local resources, but there's resources that are volunteering or coming in from out of state that don't know the area. You've got air units, ground units, bulldozers, and then the water tenders and everything else. We've noticed that there's a little bit of a frantic tone to the radio communications initially, and then it sort of settles in. What is that like from the operations standpoint, trying to get the organization set up with so many moving parts?
It is a challenge, to say the least. My role was primarily within the law enforcement branch of firefighting in a major operation, and our role was primarily security for the firefighters, to make sure that nobody wants to hurt the firefighters, evacuations, and then that brings up a point after you've evacuated perhaps, I don't know, a few thousand people out of an area. Then that's kind of a signal for the burglars to come in, because everybody is gone.
Yeah.
So you have to do scene security there, besides the actual evacuating people out of an area. And part of the problem with that too is that subdivisions and so on aren't set up with a large scale and rapid evacuation in mind. So that's quite challenging to manage, getting a few thousand people out of a few square miles quickly.
Yeah, that's got to be terrible. And at the same time, you're trying to get a lot of assets into that same area using those same corridors and arteries.
Right.
We've seen a couple things that sort of are a new challenge specifically, and that's we've heard about drone problems. And this particular fire last night, one of the Super Scooper tanker trucks or tanker planes that flew down from Canada to help fight the fires struck a drone and incurred damage on the wing, and is now grounded until they can fix it over the weekend. That's where law enforcement sort of comes in a little bit. The drones get spotted by the air, and then law enforcement is trying to find them. Is that like a needle in the haystack for law enforcement to pin those guys down?
That's kind of that era anyway that is occurring now as far as the prevalence of drone usage is a little bit past when I was doing the job. But yes, my understanding is finding the drone operator can be a needle in the haystack, because one of the things that fire does when they're putting up air assets is they have an air closure over the scene to keep drones, keep private planes, other looky-loos that would endanger the air assets and, or at very least, hinder their abilities to fight the fire. So they do an air closure, but of course the knuckleheads, shall I say, that want to fly their drone and have fun, they certainly don't always comply with those closures, and they become a real problem.
Yeah. Crazy. We've got Thomas Weatherwatch on the phone as well here, and thank you for volunteering your dad to help us out here a little bit. Thomas, what questions would you ask your dad about this fire that maybe might help the viewers understand what's going on behind the scenes, or understand this process of fighting a fire and how it works a little differently than maybe people just watching from TV might think. Well, why don't you just put it out?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest things, and Scott, thanks again for having my dad on the channel. And Dad, love you. Thanks for doing this, even though you told me no 500 times in the last 5 minutes before you accepted the call. But for
I'll
those
deal with you later.
I'm in big trouble. But for those that are watching, and like Scott just said, just get the fire out, put it done. And they're hoping for some levity and being done. How much work is actually being done that the public cannot see? Because I know, growing up with you and how things work, and I've seen it, minimal, because I wasn't with you working the sites, but hearing from you and how things work. A lot of the public is wants more. Hurry up. But how much work is actually being done than what's televised and what's reported? I know it's hectic and it's crazy and never knows. Can you explain what like a 12-hour shift would be, something like that, and how much is just happening behind the scenes that the public does not see?
Yeah, what is happening behind the scenes is the main portion of the iceberg versus, the tip of the iceberg that makes it onto TV. There's so much work being done behind the scenes and so much management that has to be done. In addition, all the agencies that are involved, or many of the agencies that are involved, have to be able to communicate with each other and, take direction as far as, we need you here, we need this asset here, we need, for the fire service, we need this many engines of water tenders, et cetera, or law enforcement, we need this many troops over here to manage evacuations and scene security. And for instance, here in Southern California, tons of people have horses, and they're very attached to their horses. And some people don't have trailers to move their horses, and they will refuse to evacuate and leave their horses sometimes. And then you got to do something with the horses. That's where animal control and evacuation points for animals comes in, besides the evacuation points for people and, places for them to stay, places for them to sleep, figuring that it's going to be a long-term operation. You've got to feed them. And same thing with the cops. There's got to be a place off-site where they can rest. In some cases, they can sleep there and get fed, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just a logistical mountain to manage a large-scale event.
Yeah, the public, I think, could best be described in a meme. where somebody said, "I've solved the fire problem for California," and they've got a map of California, and it just points at all the water next to the ocean. It's not that simple, of course.
No.
There's a lot of things in this particular fire. The day one, the first night of that fire, the high altitude fire hydrants lost pressure. There was such a demand that the water that was being pumped into the system was less than the amount that was being pumped out, and fire hydrants were dry and lost. I mean, they've lost thousands and thousands of homes. People are pretty angry over that.
Sure.
As we're moving forward, the press conferences are going to start addressing some of the root causes later on. Right now, the fix right now is to fight the fire and focus on the fire and get it out and get it stopped. And then we can talk about the problems. And I agree with that idea. The cost, though, it does not stop, and it's building. What do you know firefighting cost wise and law enforcement cost wise? How fast is this accruing? As I'm watching right now, it looks like a house is about to go up in flames and this is in the Topanga area.
Yeah, that accrues almost exponentially, as the fire grows. Therefore, the resources have to grow, and not just law enforcement and fire, but all the supporting agencies, everybody from Red Cross to animal control, other agencies within the county, and it just blossoms. We're talking about into the billions of dollars for to pay for the response. It's just mind-boggling what a major incident can cost.
Wow. With the resources coming from out of state, do those resources get paid as well, or are the donations paid for by out of state? Is that sort of like the state sends the resource and the paycheck for them, or do they?
That's kind of an agreement within the agencies and between the states. Within California, we have mutual aid, and the state is chopped up into different operational areas. So one area can call for resources from another area, and that's pretty easy to manage that from an administrative standpoint. But then when you get into out-of-state resources, then thankfully those decisions are above my pay grade and what I did. I didn't really have to worry about that.
The checks that will need to be written to pay for this, not just on the insurance front, have more zeros than any of us will ever see.
Sure. And the federal government, I'm sure, will be on the hook for this. I don't know if it still exists, but when I was in the game, there was something called FMAG, the Fire Management Assistant Grants, that came from the federal government. You had to show to apply for those grants for reimbursement. You had to show that your emergency management was done in a particular way in compliance with the set guidelines to qualify for that. Otherwise, you get denied.
Yeah. Wild. Absolutely wild.
Dad, I've got a question. I've always wondered, when it comes to emergency management and you having Scott mentioned earlier, offsite, obviously away from the immediate scene, headquarters, command, whatever you would call it. What is the morale like of the personnel involved? I know there's a sense of panic and urgency, obviously, but when those people are there and around, it takes a leader to keep it organized and calm. But how are the others that interact with command and all that and get going? Is it just straight panic and people are freaking out and nervous? Is it professional? I know it can vary per event, but when you're talking a mass fire, what was your experience with personnel and people and their attitudes and how it would go around?
Well, I've worked in major events like that, primarily in what's called our Department Operations Center, and it was not a command post out near the scene it was a long way away. And the communications there between there and the field sometimes were problematic, but all in all, really pretty good. And I would have to applaud people's professionalism and their ability to focus and do the job, right from the top level managers down to the boots on the ground and the guys that were actually doing the job. They knew that they had a job to do, and this is what they trained for. So a lot of times you have to put certain feelings in your back pocket. It's tough on families too, because at least the way that my department did it, when you had a large scale event, you immediately went to 12 on, 12 off. And the guys were beat at the end of their shift, and all they wanted to do, and they couldn't always go home because their home may have been within an evacuation area. So maybe they get put up at a local hotel and all that. All they wanted to do is eat and sleep and catch a shower if they could. But
the idea
all in all, I would say that morale was really good, and the responses, like I said, from the Department Operations Center to the command post out in the field to the guys that are actually doing the job, I was pretty impressed at the professionalism and the morale and the diligence that was applied.
Would you think that some of these firefighters out there, either on the lines up in the hills, dragging the hoses, are they themselves are wondering if their house, if there's some other firefighter who is going to defend their house, will they try to save strangers? It's just, amazing. True heroes for sure.
I am sure. The guys are wondering whether it's law enforcement, fire, or any of the other ancillary agencies. They're wondering, am I going to go home to a house, or am I going to go to a burned off slab?
Which is inconceivable. So we're talking of a weather watch, missing pop-up weather watch as he's working 12-hour shifts in a command center, navigating these certain situations. But Dad, I promised 5 minutes. You've given way more than that. Thank you so much for coming on the air and expressing your expertise for those in chat that can hear you. And Dad, I know you're not watching. I know you're not watching the show on TV, but I am, and there's comments that have been flying by that have said, thank you so much for sharing what you've shared. And you're awesome. You sound great. You're incredible. They want you on the show again. So I think what we'll do is another podcast, probably have you on once again since you've done
it. We say this on public, live on the radio, because then you can't get out of it. live on YouTube. Let me say this. First of all, Weather Watch Dad, thank you so much for coming on, sharing a little bit of insights in here to help us understand what this is like. We also, if I can take a moment just to say to you, we love Weather Watch. He is absolutely amazing. You raised a good one. So thank you very much for all you did there.
I had help.
That's great. Thank you very much.
All the credit. I had help.
That's awesome.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Dad. I love you. Appreciate it.
Okay. I love you too, son.
We'll see you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye now.
All right, I'm going to drop the call here. They might talk for just a moment amongst themselves. That amazing drop, the precision of that plane. You can see the white smoke that's coming up that was not there before, as the retardant suddenly instantly starts burning and slows that fire down. It is right on the edge of these houses. This is in the Topanga area. It looks like. Let's see here. See if I can see that exact plane that's making the drop, that tanker that dropped that down. Following a pilot plane, following that around, I think it's going to be this guy. There's our lead right here. He peeled off, and the tanker just barely made a drop. Let's see. Tanker might be coming around again. But these flames are just roaring, really kicked up. I would say they're probably 30 feet high in the air is what we were seeing there. But that big white cloud of smoke is what you want to see when that red stuff. It's a foam. It's a firefighting foam. It's a retardant. Depending on the type it is, that's just water. That's just water being dropped by a helicopter. That helicopter dropped right there about, I'd say probably 1,600 gallons of water is what they usually can carry. Obviously, much more dropped from those tankers, but it's a foam, so it's a little lighter. It does coat the area. You'll see around a fire area, you'll see places that are just like spray painted red from the sky. That's that fire retardant, and it's very effective, but it's quite messy. How do they fill a tank with retardant? The planes are filled on the ground, so they'll go back and land. And I think most of them have a number of tanks inside the plane, so they can do 1 or 2 passes or more, depending on how they're configured. So they can dump tank 1 and then dump tank 2, instead of just doing an all or nothing shot in one go. A lot of efforts being expended right here, literally in the front yard of this home. Yes, you can rewatch the drop, but you'll have to rewind just a little bit. We're going to keep it live. See the ground there in the picture in the middle, how it's all red? That's where retardant landed, where it had not yet burned. And the fire, when it reaches that, smolders. It doesn't put out the fire necessarily, but it sure slows it down. Oh, there goes another drop. Another plane's coming through. Is going to do another drop here possibly. This is on Amy Way. Let me see if I can find Amy Way. I think this is in Topanga. Just look at those flames. Just roaring down there in the valley. And they will race up those hills too. Maps. Yeah, we're in Topanga. Yep, that's where we're at. The helicopter's been working all night long trying to slow this down, and since the morning, they've been calling in these air tankers, these resources, to come in and help slow this fire down before it reached Topanga. But you can see it's burning in heavy timber there. That's going to be tough to put out, and a quick shift of the wind direction or a little puff of wind can ignite that, and you have a wall of fire before you know it. These canyons are not as urgent to put it out, although they're trying to stop everything. They're not as urgent because there are no homes in this area, so they're putting priority on preserving life and property. Yeah, the fire is hot. The fuels, the different vegetation is dry. There is, this is Palisades. I want to see if they'll show us that neighborhood up that canyon. It's on the other side of Topanga. So right in there, that's where the couple was calling from that said we need to be evacuated. And the fire said we can't get in there. There's too much fire. Going to bring back on the air traffic control
on
command from Palisades in your left ear. On the right ear is Eaton.
Tango, go ahead.
And center channel is going to be the Ashley fire station.
I ended up with 4 water tenders. I have all but 1.
Water tenders engaged.
Correction, I have 1 engaged. I can give you 3.
I copy. Contact division uniform for reporting location. 2 water tenders division uniform.
Branch 5.
I copy. Contact division uniform for reporting location. 2 water tenders division uniform.
Loud and clear.
I copy.
Will Rogers.
Katrina, thank you very much.
Operations. You got self-service?
Appreciate the kind words, and thanks for your support. Also, Lady Tammy, for anyone interested, they can help during emergencies in their communities by joining a local CERT team, Community Emergency Response Team. They're pretty much active all over the place, and great teams to join. It's great training just for yourself as well as to help your community. I have to admit, I'm a little torn.
Your order for 2 Type 1 is going to be filled with 2 Bravo Hotel, a bucket
because I like
ship,
to do communications.
and Hotel Tango 6-1.
I can't do both. I have to choose which one I do. But have worked side by side with CERT teams, and they're
Okay, I got
phenomenal.
the fill. Appreciate it.
Love to see people helping
operations,
their communities. Thank you, Lady Tammy, for that kind the super chat as well as for that information.
Division Uniform, Division Tango, command.
What we've got here is a ground fire burning underneath these trees. And when it gets hot enough to ignite
Tango,
one of the
go for
trees
uniform.
is where we get the flare-ups.
I'm going to be sending you 2 water tenders. So what's the reporting location?
Yeah, copy. Thanks for sending them. Have them report to Fire Station 67 and get Uniform Trainee West on RTAC 31.
Jim Bob, thanks for the heads up here on the ingredients of the fire retardant in case we want to make our own.
Tango copies, Station 67, contact Uniform Tango West on TAC 31. I'm on foot right now. I'm going to meet with them face-to-face and send them your way.
We'll pick them up when they get here. Thanks.
Will Rogers, staging, Deputy Operations.
Eaton Branch 20, Trainee LA, V31 able.
Branch 20, Trainee.
Branch 20, per CHP at a closure. RP request.
That's a pilot plane. That's a lead plane.
479 Alberta Street.
Diving through the area.
For a welfare check, female 82. 479
Being followed by a
Street.
tanker is going to dump some more retardant. This is a big tanker. They've got a lot of retardant on board.
Branch 20, copy.
Here we go. I'm not sure why we're trying to wave at the pilot, but, there it is. Just a ton of retardant dropping down there. That sets a really good perimeter line between the community and the existing burning area. But watch what it does once it falls to the ground. That whole area is just going to be painted red, like somebody took a gigantic paint spray can and sprayed the houses, the roads, the trees,
Deputy Operations,
everything.
staging.
I need the following 5 Type 6 engines to report to Branch 7, Division Victor, Station 69 on TAC 38. Break.
Branch 7 planning ops.
Ops from Alpha. Station 69 is at Topanga Canyon, cross of Grandview.
The county resources
Engine
I have
FCA 682, FCA 683, 124, QVP engine 644, 4 mile, engine 33, WYCO engine 1.
Here's another lead plane piloting in another tanker to make another drop. You see them playing follow the leader here. That'll be happening here shortly as they try to just stop this fire from advancing any further into Topanga.
Deputy Operations, staging. Can you repeat the first 2, please?
SCA, Sam Charlie Alpha 682, Sam Charlie Alpha 683.
There's Tanker 914. I believe that's the one we're watching right here. So the live shot and the radar shot are matched up.
Yeah, were you looking for Branch 7 or is that now Branch 20 for today?
Yep, 914. You can see the tail numbers. That's the same one.
Apologize, Rob. Hey, we got a Charlie 24-hour resource. This is Brush 33. That we missed. Any needs in Branch 7? Bridge 20. Yeah, let me find out from my division, but we can probably use them.
I got it. Shoot me a text where you want them and reporting location.
I'm gonna turn off Eaton for a little bit, and I'm gonna put let's see,
Will Roger staging.
I'm gonna put Palisades in the center channel.
Rush 33 staging.
They're gonna do another.
Yeah, we're up here getting fuel at the
dump.
fuel truck, and we'll go back down and tie in with you there at the main area there where it says Will Rogers Camp or Beach.
I'll be on the southern end of the Will Rogers parking lot, south of the Mescal Canyon Road.
He's diving down to get low, so he gets the best coverage to lay that line down.
We'll see you shortly.
He's going to pop those bay doors open, and you're going to see that cloud of red retardant drop in just a moment.
Play air attack, Schumann 40 on V1.
You can see that plane bouncing around. It's very low to the ground, very dangerous. There we go.
LA, air attack 140 on V1. LA, air attack 140 just transitioned with a Bravo 5, with air attack 5-2. Air attack 140 is now the Palisades air attack. I'll need a relief air attack on station 1530, 1530.
Last air attack for LA. Repeat your traffic. I was monitoring a different channel.
I wasn't listening. Can you say that again?
LA, air attack. Can I get a 3 count? You're very low modulation.
1, 2, 3.
Air attack on V1 for LA. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, now I got you loud and clear. Did you copy my traffic?
That's a negative, sir. I was monitoring a different frequency for a different incident. Go ahead and repeat it.
Okay, 140 is now the Palisades air attack. Air attack 5-2 is recovering the Van Nuys for fuel. I'm going to need a relief air attack on station 1530, 1530.
1530, LA copies. Do you have an ETE back to base for that other air attack?
Yeah, sure. Give 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Operations, Palisades air attack on V1.
Go for operations.
Yes, sir. Just did a transition with air attack 5-2. Air attack 140 is now Palisades air attack. I got all the priorities. Reach me on this frequency if you need anything, and I'll come up on the branches on air-to-ground command.
That red stuff is fire retardant.
Perfect. And just a reiteration, I think you got them, but priority 1 is a structure impact over in Topanga Canyon. That Fernwood area, priority 2 is Montanito, and then 3 would be helping out that Mandeville Canyon side.
Those are three priorities in that
We
order.
currently have 9 large air tankers and 2 VLADs, so we got a lot of iron. I think we can put down a lot of retardant today.
That's good news.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
I love that.
Have a good day.
You're my new best friend.
Operations room ambulance 695 shows stage drop point 10.
Copy, drop point 10.
The helicopters are trying to put up the hot spots
Base on command.
before it gets to the retardant. They'll hit flare-ups. But that retardant line seems to have stopped it really well right back there. That was a very effective series of drops we got from those 2 tankers. As Weatherwatch's dad was saying, these resources are not cheap. Imagine the cost of chartering a jumbo jet, let alone the cost of all the retardant and the fuel, all that. But having multiple jets up in the air, multiple planes.
Telco, Camarillo Helibase on command.
A lot of these helicopters can cost $1,000 just to start the thing up. And those numbers, multiplied by the number of all the different assets, let alone the 3,000 some odd people that are working this incident, and the equipment and the cost of the gear that is destroyed, the hoses that are damaged, that they have to replace, that they have to leave in place, have to be sometimes even abandoned if the fire turns on them.
V1.
Palisades, Helco, Camarillo Helibase on command.
I think we're looking into, this is either, I think this is the Upper Palisades area that we're looking to right there.
Branch 5, operations on V1.
Not sure why we're interested in this house unless there's, looking to see if they're filming a drone or something like that.
Branch 5.
Camarillo Helibase on command.
V1.
Operations, Camarillo Helibase.
I mean, there were some problems nearby. Look at that.
Go for operations.
Operations, can you relay
there's a whole
to Helco
cul-de-sac right over here.
Helitanker 6-1 can go direct from Van Nuys instead of utilizing coastal route?
Copy. Stand by. Break. Air attack. Break. Helco. Operations on V1. Command.
It is Stu. All right, Josh found us a little court case that we want to watch. I'm thinking we need to take a lunch break. We've been live for 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Air attack. Operations on V1. Command.
It's time.
Operations, go for air attack.
I don't know if you heard that traffic. I can't get a hold of Helco on command here. If you can relay to Helco, Helitanker 61 is requesting to come direct from Van Nuys instead of taking the coastal route.
Copy. I'm talking to Helco. I'll run that to him.
Thank you.
Camarillo Helibase copies.
Branch 5, operations V1. Command. Ranch 7.
I'll see if I can grab that. I don't pay for the rewind on the scanner. Let's see if somebody else found that. You can see that dirt road there.
9240 Charlie trainee.
I believe that's a bulldozer fire line. They're trying to keep the fire over, but it looks like it's jumped that on the other side of the mountain. So that's not good at all. Ivan Berlin, thank you very much. Thank you for the great coverage. Appreciate it. Carla, appreciate that. Thank you. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna come back. I'm just building the portal so we can go jump with just a little pause.
It's 40 Charlie calling for you. Let's before we haul anybody off the line, let's give them a little bit. Make sure that's warranted.
All right, I've got a portal set up that'll jump us over to the new live stream, which means we'll be able to jump from this one with just give me about a 5-minute break to go, grab some water and say hi to my family, and we'll be back to cover this a little more. I think we're also going to take a little break this afternoon on the next live stream and watch a court case that they say is spicy. It might be hotter than these fires. We'll see. We'll check that out here in just a little bit. Right, the portal's built. You don't have to do anything. If you just stay right there, we'll get transported to the next stream. And it's just going to be a wee bit of a break. 5:39:02, if I'm not wrong.
4 miles, 683, up on 1.
All right, for those that do have to leave us right now, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe. We'll go live again in moments right here on this channel with part 2 of today's coverage of the California wildfires, as well as some trial court coverage, some spicy court coverage. We'll see if we can get to that here in just a little bit. We're going to take a quick break to reset as we're approaching the 6-hour mark, which is the pumpkin hour for YouTubers. And we'll be back here on the other side. You guys, please stay safe. Thoughts and prayers for all those who are affected by these fires, especially those people who are out there fighting the fires, trying to protect these homes.
Division
we really
Alpha,
appreciate it.
9240 Charlie.
You guys, stay safe. We'll see you in a little bit.
In front of the Walmart.